you! Hey, you!
Good evening. Good evening. It's time to get some advice.
Hey, you!
Hmm. So how are we doing? This stream is an experiment. I don't know how well it's gonna work out. I tried to get things set up well. I'm working with some new tools and shit. I'm trying to get different. I'm trying to get different with it. We'll see how it goes. Oh, oh, yeah, there it is. Getting abnormal and strange and weird, kind of crappy with it. If you noticed, your usual TTS isn't saying your messages on resubs and subs and shit. There's a good reason for it. Feel free to keep putting messages in case the reason fucking manifests for me. But, we'll see what happens. Hold your advice. Hold your advice until the time has come. You will know very, very, very clearly when it's time for the advice. And exclamation point advice. That's how you will be getting your advice. It's set super, super cheap so that lots of people have access to it. I'm not charging real money because I'm not a real therapist or life coach, so I should not take money for the things I say to you for this. And I'll state ahead of time, whatever I tell you, you fucking take it with a grain of salt. You use your own judgment on if you want to follow that advice. I take no responsibility for the way you live your life. If you have a problem with that, get fucked. If you ask advice now instead of when it's time, I'm gonna give you bad advice. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that over there. That's a hype train doing absolutely nothing. How to enjoy website twitch.com. Find the person with the most viewers because they're probably the best person, and then give them all of your money and try to emulate them in every way possible, especially all their worst aspects. The fuck did I just tell you?
Hey, you!
Weird. That shit ain't working. All right. Let's move on to getting started here. I'm gonna hope to God that this works. Whoops, that's the wrong scene. Hold on. There we go. All right. So. Shut up. Time for some advice. Let me go ahead and open up the queue for that. Let me do the first test here. Hold on. Let me see how this works. Oh. Hold on. It's not working. Fuck. Hold on. Why isn't that working? Like I said, that this is very experimental. So, I'm not 100% sure if it's gonna work or not. War's on cooldown. Go fuck yourself. It's my reward. I'll ask. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, no, that didn't help. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm so sorry. You just keep laying there staring at me with your dead eyes. It'll be okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. See, the problem with this shit is I can't test it unless I'm live. So, Uh... I'm gonna temporarily make it so that this shit's just like free. Hold on. But please work. Come on, man. Come on, man. Gimme. Oh, gimme a break. Oh. Come on. It's like not wanting to do anything. How about this? I know, hold on.
Hey, you!
What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Oh, god damn it. Why does it not work? I don't understand. It's like not even trying. Yeah, you enjoy. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Here. You can have this while I figure this out. Yeah, you look at that while I try to figure this out. Why does this shit not work? Hold on. Oh, god damn it. That's like the built-in Twitch bullshit that I have turned on so that you can see a message, and despite trying to turn all that shit off, it still was doing it. That's not what I want. Also not what I want. Oh, I gotta use that bullshit? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Live tech support here from my friend Google. You just hold on. You hold the fuck on. Hold on. There we go. Okay, there we go. Why does this shit click like Windows? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Requires. Hey. I know this is mostly just me humming, like mumbling to myself while I figure this out, but. We're almost there. We're almost there. I see what I need to do. Okay, 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 okay. All right, okay. And now when I do this... Hello? Fuck! Okay, I guess, hold on, it's still not done, still not ready. Oh, yeah. I forgot to add the thing here, hold on. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think it's gonna work now, hold on. Let me get Subway Surfers out of here. Hold on.
Get fucked, idiot.
Where that? Hold on. That audio came from somewhere that I wasn't expecting it. Where did the audio come from? I have to run it again to see where the audio came from. Give it a lot of text so I can have a lot of time to see where it came from.
JKS DGH JKDF GBGS JKGDF KLF to 5.
Okay. Oh, I see why that happened. Okay. Wait, huh? All right, we're mostly working, but give me a second.
Adaged.
Where is it coming out of? Hold on. Wait. We're almost there. I'm going to put technical difficult back up. Hold on.
I'm doing a crypto rug pull in your spare bedroom.
Why is... That shouldn't just be playing from wherever the fuck it wants. That should be coming out of a specific location. I'm gonna send it to a non-existent fucking source and see what happens there. Hold on. You gotta love technology, by the way.
Tad.
Okay, why did I shouldn't even be able to hear that? Why did... Huh?
I'm going to cause an uprising on the local deep sea mining rig.
Hold on. Alright, let me try this. What? Why does it not want to do that? Okay, maybe if I just keep it really quiet. Okay, let me try it this way.
Help.
Okay, that didn't help. What the fuck? Ah, that doesn't make any sense. That should be coming through.
Kitchen fifth cold DGF Coldfield of. Dig Badinky Bones shanked me in the leg at Panera
fuck?
Bread.
It was, yeah, well, of course shit works when it's not on stream. The moment I turn the stream on, it decides to just shit the bed. Here's what I'm not understanding. Is it the fucking audio device that it should be going to? Showing his audio is going through it. And yet it's not going through it. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm losing my fucking mind here. You read that shit. I need to double check.
FSDSF
That's not going through it.
DSDF DSF DSF DFS DSF DSF DF DSS DFSFT.
It's coming from itself. How does that make sense?
I grant this audio swift passage through the proper channels. Work.
I don't understand. It should literally only be coming from fucking one place.
Yummy advice.
I fixed it. Yay! That was stupid. All right. I'm gonna announce that the fucking technical difficulties are done, because that was fucking stupid. That was what? Half an hour? Something like that? Okay, hold on. Alright, where's the fucking... There we go. Okay, alright, okay. Reset, okay. Now let me reset your fucking, hold on. There. All right. Now you got limitations. Okay. Now. The rules are simple. The rules are right there. Oh.
Some dumb, stupid-ass space keeps feeding the rainbow trout as I'm reeling the bastard in. Please help MasterGir, master of the fish.
All right. Why limitations? To make it fair and fun for everybody. That's why. Now, if the bastard base is trying to take your fish, here's my advice. There's nothing you can do about it. Bring a gun, shoot the bass when you see it. If you're having that much difficulty with one fish eating the other, you're kind of just shit out of luck. Go somewhere else. Fish somewhere else, because clearly that place is just riddled with predators. There you go. That's your advice. That's not gonna work. There's no like that, dislike that thing on this one.
God damn it.
What should I get for dinner tonight?
You know, that's a hard one because I don't know your preferences. How about Italian? Get some Italian. Get some ziti or something. Some spaghetti.
Chicken parmesan.
Chicken parmesan, something like that. Yeah. You know, whatever. And that's your advice. And that's all I have to say about that. Yep. Oh.
Nong meme advice question. I'm mid-20s and don't have my license yet because I'm fucking terrified of driving. I'm studied up and everything, but I'm scared of other people being dumbasses on the road. Any advice to get over my fears?
First off, it's a valid fear. You're totally validated in feeling that way. But second of all, you have to accept that no matter what you do, no matter where you go, there are dumbasses everywhere in every capacity. Frankly, you're probably more likely to, like, get stabbed on public transit than to get in a traffic accident just driving. Like, I don't have solid statistics, but I'd definitely say, like, 2 to 1. If you're paying enough attention to your surroundings while you're driving, even if people are dumbasses, you're still gonna be fine. I see, like, stupid-ass drivers on the road almost every time I drive, but because I'm aware, it's okay. If they're being stupid and you're being stupid, that's where the problem is. It's one of those things where after you've driven around for a little while, yeah, you're gonna be nervous. But the more things you see, the more things you encounter, the more things you put up with, the less you start to worry about it because it becomes normal. You become used to it. You know how to adjust. You know how to adapt. It stops being like a new scary thing. You go, oh, that dickhead just fucking stopped at a yield and held up traffic and made people have to hit their brakes. When you're new to driving, that's like, oh shit, oh fuck, I just had to slam the brakes. When you're used to driving, that's, oh shit, oh fuck, that guy's annoying, and then I move on with my life. It goes away after a while. So, I guess to sum it up, yeah, defensive driving. Just stay aware of your surroundings, and it literally will not be an issue. That doesn't mean to, like, overly worry about your surroundings either. That's not like drive 5 miles under the speed limit and have your eyes like a fucking rotating clock. Just have your senses about you. I just said you can't redeem the like that.
I really want to enjoy Fallout 4, but I keep bouncing off of it. I just did a replay of 3 and NV, which was a blast, then hit that same FO for shaped wall even after installing a Wabbajack list. Any advice?
Alright, see, with that, it really depends on what you're looking for out of a Fallout game. If you really liked 3 in New Vegas, you probably liked it for the role-playing aspect of it. Or maybe the writing aspect of it. If you want a Fallout game because it has enjoyable writing, good characters, or like good role play, like really allows you to like be a character, 4 ain't it. 4's writing is fucking bad. It takes away a lot of your ability to be your own character because you're literally forced to be one of 2 characters. You're not like dude from a vault. You're literally this guy named Nate, or his whatever the fuck his wife's name was, I forget. Out of that vault. That's it. You don't get to be anybody else. You can be nice Nate or Nora, or you can be mean Nate or Nora. That's your fucking extent for roleplay. So if that's what you're wanting out of the Fallout games, I'm sorry. 4 just is never gonna be it for you. But I'm able to enjoy that game because I like to make silly little settlements and play decorations. So I just don't interact with the story at all. And that's how I make my fun. So if you like the settlement building, do that.
How do you learn to sleep on your back?
Man, I don't know what to tell you. I think the first thing I can think of is set up some pillows in a way that kind of forces you to be on your back. Like elevate your head and then like block it off on the side, maybe block off your body towards the sides so that you can't really roll over. Lay on the edge of the bed and then block yourself on the other side so that it's like one side you would fall off and the other side you just can't move. But I mean, I don't know why you would really need to sleep on your back unless you had like a medical reason to do so. Because, I mean, unless you need help with like breathing, I think it's worse for you.
My friends keep making fun of me because I'm too poor to purchase a little boo-boo and keep talking about Dubai chocolate. How do I get popular and cool?
You don't do anything to get popular. Real popular people, real cool people are just themselves and people are magnetized to them. If you're actually going out of your way to do something to be popular and cool, it'll never work. Because you're not being you, you're being what you think other people want. You can be popular and cool with people who are similar to you, but you're never going to be popular and cool to everybody or the people that you think would be the popular cool people. You do you, and don't worry about like, oh, fucking trends. I love my trend. Fuck that. Do the things you like, and then find the people who like the things you like, and, I mean, that's it. You don't need anything more than that. You don't want to chase popularity because that shit's hollow and empty. So, yeah. Enjoy. What the fuck is this music? There we go.
How do I convince my management to treat me with the same respect they give my less experienced guy coworkers?
Unfortunately, you can't. That's one of those situations where it's like you can't fix stupid. If that's the situation you're in, that's because that's just who they are. That if somebody's doing something that consistently based on something that has no real basis in like fact or fairness, facts or fairness will not change their mind. You can't change an idiot's mind unless they have no choice. And in like a work environment, they've always got choice. And that choice is going to be to like disregard or get rid of you. So, here's what I did in a workplace situation like that where I was getting less respect than other coworkers. I did the bare minimum. I did what they asked of me and no more. If they're not gonna like treat me with respect, they're not getting anything more than the bare minimum. If a higher up treats you well and nice and fairly, they can get 110%. But if they're gonna be a dickhead and have preferential treatment, they're getting like 40% at best. Fuck them. Life's too short to be wasting your fucking time and energy schmoozing up to somebody that's literally never going to change their opinion. Because it's just like they were born an asshole. There you go. And that doesn't mean like start just like being an asshole to everybody else around you or like disregarding them. It's literally just like if they said, "Hey, go do X, Y, and Z," you go, "Okay." You go do X, Y, and Z, and that's the end of the story. You don't give them the "sir, yes, sir," and then try to like hit them up with some small talk and then do ABC while you're at. No. If that's what they said they want, that's all they're getting. They're not gonna get small talk. They're not gonna get anything else. They get what they wanted and nothing more. All that energy you're saving not doing that bullshit can go to something you actually care about afterwards. And if it's consistently bad no matter what you do, like even if you're doing what they ask and they still are treating you like you're not doing anything, time to go. Time to get out. It's one of the hardest decisions to make, but it's best for you if that's going on.
I enjoy playing these mobile slop games where I have to sort color objects and put shapes into holes. I feel like the illiterate ogre. Am I done for? Is it too late for me?
You might have autism. And that's not me like dogging on you, like literally, like if you're really, really, really that absorbed into your shapes and colors, might be something to explore. You're allowed to enjoy it, by the way. Like, not if that's what you like, that's what you like. You ain't hurting anybody. But if you like your repetitive, simplistic tasks, might want to look a little deeper and see what's going on there. Not that it changes much, but it does inform how you go about yourself after that. Might answer some personal questions. Make you go, oh, that's why I'm like that. That's why I like this, and that's why I do that. Might remove some mysteries from your life. Yeah, see, there's some people who also have caught themselves in the mobile slop and realized what's going on there. Long story short, you're not done for. You just got a thing you like to do. That don't matter. If you're enjoying a thing and you're literally not harming anybody around you or, like, yourself in the process, fuck it, whatever. If it's, like, bedtime, you're laying in bed, and you're just killing an hour or two with your shapes and colors, who cares? Fuck it. That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Excuse me while I crack open a Dr. Pepper. Ah. Hope you're enjoying this advice so far. Hope it helps.
MasterGir's, I have noticed I have a lot of trouble talking to people if I am unprepared for the conversation. Do you have any way to alleviate this issue?
That's a little bit of a toughie. Sounds like you've got some social anxiety there. Unprepared for the conversation. I would take a moment to really stop and listen to what's going on in a conversation before you try to jump in. All right, let's make a scenario. There's like two people, no, three. Three is a little bit more comfortable. 3 people are sitting around having a conversation. You're familiar with them, but you're not like besties or anything. They're having a conversation. You come over, you like stand around or sit down, just listen to what's going on. Just listen to what they're talking about. Give them a minute. Wait until you feel like you've got a good grasp of what the conversation's topic is. And if you feel like you actually have something that can contribute, like you like, oh, I know about this. I've heard about this. Just jump right in. Just blurt it out. I mean, not like mid-sentence. Wait until there's a pause in the talking, but yeah. Just wait and listen. You don't have to like speak up immediately. Just give them I mean, if they're like, what the fuck are you doing standing there? You just go, oh, I thought your conversation was interesting. But you don't have to like jump right in. You just wait, watch, listen. And if you're the kind of person that struggles to find those pauses, that's just more waiting. Just more waiting and seeing what people do in the pauses that they see.
Diet Coke is the only soda I ever drink now, and I maybe have a Kento or 3 times a week. Is that still unhealthy?
No, not at all. I mean, doctors always say like, oh, the ideal amount of soda is 0. And like, yeah, sure. But it's like I was saying earlier, life is too fucking short. A couple cans a week is not gonna fucking kill you. And if it kills you, it's killing you like 0.00001% faster than it would have anyway. Not really a noticeable amount of being killed. Fuck it, whatever. I personally think Diet Coke tastes like absolute shit because it has that artificial sweetener. But if that's the soda you like, that's the soda you like. Well, you know, whatever. I personally limit myself to 1 soda a day. 1 soda a day. Excuse me. 1 soda a day, because it's like, that's a lot of sugar regardless, so. Whatever.
Every time I say oh no at an unfortunate event, a fuck-ass pitcher of juice bursts through my wall yelling oh yeah. And it costs me hundreds of not thousands to repair. Worst of all, I can never catch him, he always gets away. What do I do the next time he shows up so I can get the...
Oh, it cut you off. Red bastard. Here's what I would do. You get a gun, point it at the nearest wall, shout, oh no, and be ready to pull that trigger. And there you go.
Earlier today, I went to the zoo and got an overpriced chicken sandwich. Should I instead have gotten an overpriced souvenir instead? If it helps, I used a gift card, and the sandwich was with gochujang and came with fries. This has been torture to me for the past few hours.
Now see, that depends on what's more meaningful to you. Was it a zoo that was like really special, you had to travel really far to get to it? Or was it like a local zoo? If it was a local zoo, feed yourself. You can go back to that fucking zoo any other time and get some kind of souvenir. If it's a place that it took a long time to get to, like you had to travel hours or like hundreds or thousands of miles to get to, the souvenir might have been a better choice. But also, you gotta eat. If you were really hungry, you gotta eat. Whatever. If you didn't get a knick-knack, whatever. Who fucking cares? You don't have to prove that you went somewhere. You went somewhere, you got those memories, good enough. Either way, Don't sweat it.
Okay, gurgle. How to be less annoying and or weird. I feel like whenever I try to add into a convo, whatever I say is seen as okay, double quotes, side eyes. Though, this might be a self-confidence issue.
That's probably almost entirely a self-confidence issue. A lot of the time when people are like, oh, I feel like people look at me like I'm weird. No, you just don't know. You're just worried. You're just overly worried that you're coming across weird. You're so concerned with how somebody's perceiving you that your assumption is that you're being perceived negatively. Nobody's gonna go, oh, I'm worried if they're gonna like me, and then also assume that people like them. Those are two opposites. You don't get that. You either worry people don't like you and assume they don't like you, or you just assume everybody likes you at all times. So, I don't know I can't like force your brain to just go, it's probably fine. But the best thing to do is convince yourself that you're probably fine. If it was really that bad, somebody would speak up. Maybe not immediately, but if it happened enough times that it was a problem, they would say, hey man, look, XYZ, please, we need you to get lost or whatever. They would tell you to fuck off if they wanted you to fuck off. If you're fine, you're fine. It's a no news is good news situation. If you're still standing there talking and nobody has said anything against it, you're probably fine. People who like you and want to hear what you have to say don't really say too much against you. If they don't want to hear what you have to say, they'll go out of their way to leave you, get away from you, tell you to go away. You're not going to get like an infinite amount of like weird stares and people will hope you get it. No. They will eventually say something to you. You're fine until you're not. That's the long and short of it.
I just recently got a new job after 6 years on my previous job. What's a good tip to readjust to a new routine?
I would say just kind of, how do I word this? Just let it hit you like a hammer. You kind of got to just like fall forward. You got to let it hit you. You got to take it all in as it goes, because there's not going to be a smooth transition unless it's like the exact same job elsewhere. You're going to have to let it suck at first so that it doesn't suck later. It's just what it is what it is. Like if you went from like, I don't know, working in a factory to like suddenly working in an office, you're working again, but those are two different places. Those are two different like routines altogether. There's no preparing for that. If you're going from like, I don't know, department store A to department store B, it's probably going to be basically the same thing, except you have to change a few rules or any real changes will be upfront to you. So otherwise, it's literally just take it as it comes. You can't do much more than that.
I'm trapped in a job that I hate and that makes me feel like a trash tier MF. I can't quit because I need the income, and finding another job with the same income is a big gamble. How do I stay sane?
See, that's one of the worst things of all, is when you feel like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Far be it from me to provide career advice. I had one job. I worked for one company and then quit, and now I'm a streamer, so take that as you will. But like, if it's that bad that you feel like shit every day, The best thing you can probably do is just try to find another job with at least a comparable income or a small compromise to the income. You might have to take a hit to the wallet to like feel better about yourself long term. That's just the unfortunate truth of it, is you either stay in a place that gives you money and feel like shit, or you take less money but don't want to die every day. It is what it is. I'm not exactly making bank what I'm doing right now, but I'm fucking 10,000 times happier.
Everything reminds me of them. How to stop that crap.
Damn. Yeah, see, that's a hard one, because that's a everybody processes that shit their own way kind of thing. Damn, you give me a real head scratcher on that one. You gotta just remember that, you know, they're not there. It is what it is. Whatever happened. They're gone. You gotta just let it go. You gotta move on. If it was, because it also depends on like circumstances and shit. Yeah, I wouldn't maybe not rely too much on weed. Probably substance use to get over a person is not ideal. Pick up a hobby or something that literally has nothing to do with them. Start like, pick up like jogging or something. Start painting, start drawing, start collecting stamps or something. Just pick up something that'll take your...
Penis to small help.
Really? Really? Distract yourself. That's the answer for both of those. If your pee-pee too small, I don't know what to tell you. Compensate with other... You got hands, probably. Learn to use those instead. An expert has more than one tool, if you know what I'm saying.
I'm getting into creating comics, but I have no background in writing. How do I become a good storyteller? Creative. Also, can I have $5 twin?
First off, you ain't getting no fucking money. Second of all, the best thing I can think of is like, sometimes community colleges will do like, you give them like, I don't know, like $100 and you take like a 2-3 week like course that you get like a shitty little certificate at the end. See if there's somewhere local that's doing like creative writing things. Or actually there's also like online, what is it, like Coursera or whatever? Find some creative writing classes online or something. Something that like kind of forces you to really explore that kind of shit. And it's writing is like a muscle. You gotta really like work it out. You gotta do it to make it work well. The more you do it, the better you get, because you'll find the cracks in where your problems are as you do it.
I have a very strong urge to create, like painting or writing, but I get an immense anxiety regards to the response to it. Do you have any tips to curb said anxiety?
Do things for yourself instead of for others. That's the easy answer. You want to do something creative? Do something creative because it made you happy. Fuck whatever anyone else has to say about it. If they like it, that's just fantastic. If they don't, well, tough shit. It wasn't for them. Write something that you enjoy. Draw something that you enjoy. Paint something that you enjoy. Like I said, if somebody else likes it, that's just all the better. But don't expect any more than yourself enjoying it. You could be the greatest writer or painter or filmmaker or whatever, and there's still gonna be some asshole out there that's like, no, that's shit. You're dumb. I hate that. You're never gonna please everybody. So why beat yourself up over it? And especially if you're like at the start of like learning how to do things, you're gonna be shit when you start. Everybody sucks ass when they start, and the only people who aren't are fucking exceptions. There's a reason people note them, is because they're the only ones that aren't shit. Everybody sucks when they start. Turns out if you don't have knowledge, you can't use knowledge. So there you go. You know how many times I've opened up like virtual DJ and then just like fucked around and made something that sounded awesome to myself, and then it's gone because I made it for me and nobody else? The few times I've like saved it and put it out there, I've not put it out there expecting the world to love it. I'm just like, I made this. I liked it. Here it is. If somebody else likes it, damn, tight. I'm glad you liked it too. Otherwise, fuck it. Whatever. That's kind of my general outlook on a lot of things is, fuck it. You gotta just not over stress about things in life.
I can't seem to find the motivation to work on what I really want to. Help. Also, what should I be for Halloween?
To wrap back around to what I like just said about saying fuck it, you gotta just like wake up one day and tell yourself, fuck it. This is what I'm gonna do today. Whatever else is going on, I don't care. This is what I'm doing today, fuck it. Sometimes you really gotta just like force yourself into a corner to actually get shit done. I am textbook ADHD. I am fucking terrible about committing to things. You know how many times in the last like 4 or 5 months I was like, oh, I need to stream. I really want to stream. I gotta stream. And then I don't because I can't get my ass to fucking just do it. You know what I did today? I said, fuck it. I'm doing this. Also, be talking banana. Yep. This stream came to me in a dream, by the way.
Advice, please. I had some online friends on Steam I stopped talking to a very, very long time ago because at that point in my life I wanted to focus on school and work instead of online world. But I deeply regret that decision and feel guilty about leaving them behind. Should I try to
reconnect with them, or should you let sleeping dogs lie? That's really entirely up to you. Like, I'm gonna assume that everybody in this situation is now like adults, and at the time everybody was like younger, teens or so. Everybody is going to understand the fact that life happens. Everybody's gonna understand the fact that like people change, people move on, people grow, people have things happen in their lives. I have like reconnected with people that I literally had gone like over a decade between communications. And I mean, so long as you still share some sort of like connection or interest, it's gonna just be a situation where they're like, oh, hey, damn, I haven't seen you in such a long time. What have you been up to? You wanted to just like focus. Oh, I get it. You wanted to focus on school. That makes sense. That's cool. So what have you been up to, et cetera, et cetera. You want to connect with them, go ahead. That's fine. If it's like scary to like try to talk to somebody you haven't talked to in a long time, you know, it's just shoot your shot. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Somebody you haven't talked to in years is gonna keep not talking to you? You've not lost anything. You haven't talked to them in years. Best case scenario, you reconnect with a friend. Worst case scenario, your life continues as it was. You technically have nothing to lose. If they don't share an interest and they're not really that interested in reconnecting, you go, oh, well, that's a shame, and you move on. Because here's a fun fact. If they don't want to reconnect and don't share an interest at this point in their life, they probably would have stopped talking to you anyway, because they lost that connection. Like I said, I reconnected with people for like 12 years in between communications, and it was just like, oh, here's what we've been up to. That's cool. And communication just from there continues like it never changed, like it always was. Because we were two people that still shared some shared interest or connection. So yeah, fuck it. You wanna try to go for it? Go for it.
Two of my closest friends passed away a few years ago. I cried and still cry and miss them, but I didn't go to their funeral mainly because of the pandemic, and I didn't know their family very well and was too anxious to be among them. Am I horrible for this?
No. If you're crying and still cry and miss them, that's the important thing. Showing up to a ceremony during the point in the world where people were expected to not be around others is like, you're fully excused of that. That does not matter. A funeral is just a thing people do. If you still like care about somebody and it still affects you that they're not there, that's what counts. If they died and you were like, that's a shame, and then like forgot, that would make you a probably not great person. But if you still feel emotions, you're good. I had a friend from like middle school, literal first year of high school. I hadn't talked to them for like the better part of a decade because I had moved away and you know, shit just happens. And one day I thought about them. I was like, I wonder what they're up to, and tried to find like their Facebook page, and there was like nothing. There was like nothing going on, and except for like one post, and it was from their mom, and it was saying, "I still miss you." And I was like, uh-oh. And it turned out like at some point in between me leaving, they had like gotten a motorcycle accident and died. And I never fucking knew. It took me that like years to find out that somebody that had been my friend was just dead. And that hurt. That felt bad. But at some point I had to let myself go like, oh, you know, I can't expect myself to have known that. I hadn't been in communication. I was like thousands of miles away. Life moves on whether you like it or not, and it's a shame that he's gone and all, but I can't blame myself for not knowing or not being there. The circumstances of life just changed what was going on. It is what it is. As unfortunate as it is, you know, you can't change that kind of shit. I still think it's a shame that he passed away, because that was like, fuck, he was like 21. I'm 32 now. We were roughly the same age. You tell me how unfortunate that is. But again, like, it is what it is. It's we live in a world where that's just what happens. But yeah.
My shoulder'd be weird for years. Should I get it checked? If I move it, click-clacks.
If you got good health insurance that's not going to charge you for a regular checkup, sure. Fuck it. That's a good piece of general advice I'd have is if you have health insurance that's not going to charge you out the ass to just go to the doctor and ask them a question, and you have something about your body that you're kind of like, is this something I should be worried about? Just go ask. Worst case scenario, you just go, oh, I wasted like an hour out of my day asking and they said it was nothing. Best case scenario, well, I guess that's not a best case scenario. But it would be better to go and have it be nothing than to not go and it turns out you should have been worried. You know what I mean? You live in Australia, so it's free? Fuck yes. Anytime you have something that you're worried about with your health, just go fucking check. There's no reason not to, especially if you've got free healthcare. If it hurts, that might, yeah. If it's not just it makes a noise and it also hurts, yeah, go get that checked. It might be misaligned, or you might have a bone spur. That would suck, but it also is not impossible that you have a bone spur. I'm no doctor, but that does kind of sound like that. Or you could just have like shit posture or something, or you sleep poorly. It could be a million things. That's the problem. But yeah, just get it checked. Fuck it. Why not?
What?
You good? You good, Stu? You just wasted one of your genie wishes. And now everybody's got to wait a full minute before they can ask their piece. That's fine. Take a second to breathe. You just got here, you don't know the rules? Motherfucker, what's right here on the screen? What's that little thing down in the corner? It says rules of advice. You're lucky these arms don't move or I'd tap that sign.
How do I start really caring about things being objectively bad for me? I usually ignore my issues, and then it's kinda like nothing is wrong, but I know that's not how it works.
That's a toughie. Do you want your life to be good and comfortable and have no fears? Because if you do, the easiest thing, instead of ignoring your problems and letting it collect and then make your life even worse down the line, if you just put up with the shit now and address it and get it over with, that clears out a backlog of bad things and shit just gets so much easier as time goes on. If you do the bad now so you can have good later, then your life will be much better off. You don't want to like ignore the bad now and have it be worse later. Like mold and someone threatening to kill you? Yeah, I mean, it's probably best you address shit. Maybe take care of that and just not let it be a problem anymore.
How do I find some more IRL folks now that I'm pushing 33? My work is pretty solo, and all my friends are busy with family, career, and I'm bored. Are bars still a thing?
I mean, if that's the kind of people you want to go hang with, sure. I personally think going to a bar specifically to find like friends is stupid. But that's literally just me. Like, some people love that. People love the energy or the vibe that they get from going to a bar. If that's your thing, that's your thing. But otherwise, like, if there's like an activity that you like or have an interest or whatever, join a club, go to a craft fair, go to a convention, go to a place where there are going to be people who like things that you like. Plain and simple. I mean, even something that's not specifically like for specific interests. Like if you like outdoors, go outdoors. Go hiking. Go swimming. Go paddling. Go fishing. Go, do your thing. And there's gonna be other people around that are also doing that. You like skateboarding? Go to a skate park. You like, I don't know. You like painting? Go to a crafts fair. You like fucking bowling? Go to a bowling alley. Go to a place where people congregate to enjoy things, and you're gonna find somebody else that might like to enjoy things. And as long as you're okay with like small talk, all it takes is to like see one person that seems like they like your thing and just be like, "Hey, that XYZ is pretty cool, right? You like so and so?" Like, oh, excuse me. Okay. If they're like, let's use fishing as an analogy because that's the kind of fucking person I am. You go fishing. There's another guy that's there that's fishing. You walk up and be like, you catch anything today? What you using? Yeah, that kind of shit. You just immediately just relate to whatever the fuck's going on and you'll fucking go from there.
How do I turn off Lumen ray tracing in Unreal Engine 5 games? I would like to play them at over 40 frames.
Should be in the settings, and if not, you can pretty easily go on Google and like look up Unreal Engine 5 fucking what's the word? Configuration shit. Like there's an INI file. There's like an INI setting that you can change in like every Unreal Engine 5 game. Borderlands 4 doesn't have those settings. Well, that's because it's a shit fucking Borderland game. Stop trying to play Borderlands. You know, they tried to give me that game for free, and I told them no. I could not fucking care less. The only thing surrounding Borderlands I had any sort of interest in was the Borderlands Rage Room at PAX West, and even that I never got around to checking out. Can you have it? No. I didn't accept it, so there's no copy to give. They didn't give me like a disc that's sitting on my floor.
MasterGir's, I am really great at extensive world building and creating characters for my own original works, but I am total shit at writing or typing things down. How do I teach myself to write things down instead of keeping it all in my brains?
Yeah, see, that's very hard, and that's something even I still have trouble with, where I'll have a million ideas, And I go, damn, that's good. I'll probably remember that. And then like 2 days later, it's completely gone. And then a year later, I'm like, fuck, what was that idea I had? It was like something like this. What the fuck was it? I wish I wrote it down. Yeah, literally just like, if you got yourself a smartphone, bust out the phone, bust out the notes, or even have like, I have like a Discord server that's literally just for me, where I'll dump like thoughts or notes or whatever, and just dump it in there. Just the moment you have the idea, dump it in there. Doesn't even have to be like a full detailed description. Just like write some key points. And if it's really a good idea, you'll still be able to fill in the gaps in between. If it turned out it was a shit idea, you'll forget what went in between, and maybe you'll form something better. But literally just as soon as you have an idea that you think is really good, write it down. Just don't give yourself a chance to procrastinate. Just immediately dump it. Because if you give yourself even a second to procrastinate on it, to be like, I'll do that like in an hour, you're never going to do it. I know how that type of brain works. You're just never going to do it. That's why people used to just say shit into like a voice recorder.
For the longest time, I have felt like I have a hard time making proper connections with people, and I just moved out of my hometown for college where I don't know anybody. While I have made a few friends and have joined clubs and stuff, I still feel like I'm not doing enough when I...
The other people hanging out with their friends, any advice? What do you mean by not doing enough? Is it that you see other people hanging out a lot and you want to hang out with your friends a lot more, or is it you don't feel like you're doing enough to be around your friends? Because those go in two different directions. All right, you feel like you're not okay. Here's the thing. If you're spending time with some people and you're enjoying it, that's great. If you're spending time sitting alone but still enjoying it, that's also fine. Having friends and people you're connected with isn't a matter of you have to spend every waking moment of your life talking to them, hanging out with them, doing things with them, doing things for them. You are allowed to just have your time. You're allowed to just do nothing in your own time. That's okay. It's not time wasted as long as you're doing something you either enjoy or like actually literally have to do. If you want to hang out with friends, you can just go, all right, I'm going to see if people want to hang out. If the people I know want to hang out. Or I'm going to go somewhere where I know there are going to be other people that I can hang out with. But if you just have a time where you feel like not doing anything or being by yourself, then just fucking be by yourself. Just hang out. It doesn't matter. Just do your own thing. But there's no, like, requirement to be around other people, even if it seems like it's better for you. You need your private... Yeah, see, everybody now and then just needs that time where they've got nothing going on. They're talking to nobody. They're doing absolutely nothing. It's good for you to have that time to just process and be by yourself.
What if I want to be by myself most of the time?
That's fine too. That means if you're just a quiet loner, you're a quiet loner. As long as it's not like you're purposely removing yourself from all social activity at all times and refuse to interact, you're good. No, you're fine. You didn't interrupt because it literally just folds right into this. If you want to be by yourself, then be by yourself. If you're more comfortable by yourself, then so be it. There is no shame in that. I know it's changing more as time goes on, and it used to be a lot more stigmatized that if you were like spending time by yourself more often than not, you were like a weirdo or creep, or there was a problem with you. That's bullshit. If you like to just be by yourself and you're happy and you're comfortable, fucking that's great. That's all that matters, is that you're happy and you're comfortable. If you don't have much of a social battery, then that it is what it is. That's just how you're built. Some people can spend every waking moment of their life around another person or a group of people. Some people fucking can't. Some people barely can be around one person, let alone a group. So, just do what you're comfortable with. Everybody needs to be by themselves sometimes.
I feels like everything I like is all Asian stuff, and it makes me feel wrong, on account of me being the whitest person ever.
Right.
It just makes me feel like the most basic white girl, and low-key it makes me feel kind of racist, like I should like other stuff. What are my feeling?
Is it justified? No. No. It wraps back to what I've been saying earlier, which is you like what you like. If everything you like happens to be from an Asian country, fucking okay, cool, whatever. There could easily be somebody that everything they like comes from France, but that doesn't make a difference. Somebody might like everything that they like might come from Mexico or anywhere in South America. That doesn't make a difference. If they have a preference, they have a preference. If you've got a preference, you've got a preference. And there's nothing racist about it. I mean, it's kind of is the complete opposite. It's only racist if you either, one, hate it for being from somewhere else, or two, claim it's better because it's from somewhere else. If you just like something from over there, you fucking like something from over there. It hits a certain point in your brain. That's okay. There's too much there's too much stigmatization of like preference. If you got preference, you got it. Whatever.
MasterGir's, how do I find the motivation to finish a Blender tutorial? I stayed on the same couple of steps for the past 3 or 4 years and made no progress, always resetting back after several months have passed. I feel like I've learned nothing.
All right, see, here I actually have some real good advice for you, because it sounds like you've got a very similar kind of brain. It sounds like you've got that ADHD brain where you try to follow steps and you just lose interest halfway through because you're kind of like trying to follow something instead of doing what you like. You want to like get to the end of the tutorial so you can do the things you want to do instead. Don't do that. Ignore the tutorial as a whole. What you want to do is open up Blender and just fuck around. Just do whatever. Just play with the tools as you see fit. Just see what each little setting does. Make a thing, play with it, tweak it. Explore the tools on your own free time. Because naturally, you'll try to do something and go, shit, I don't know how to do this. You look up that individual step, go, oh, that's how I do that. You collect that piece of knowledge, and as time goes on, you just collect these little bits here and there to the point that you don't need a tutorial. You know what to do now. You fucked around to the point that you accidentally just built that knowledge. It's slower, sure, but it keeps your focus more because you're doing what you want to do. If you wanted to make, like, I don't know, some kind of, like, sword. You wanted to, like, make a cool sword. You start to do it and you go, shit, I don't know how to, like, make it go this, like, shape. I don't know how to make that shape. You look up how to do that specific thing, you do it. And then you keep going, you go, oh shit, I don't know how to, like, change this texture. You look it up, you do it, you have that knowledge on you. And you just chip away at it, every little thing, doing that one thing that you wanted to do, until you just know how to do all of it. I know how to, like, do a basic character, rigged up and everything in Blender. Not because I followed a character rigging tutorial. I didn't follow a cube to character tutorial. I fucked around until I figured it out. and looked up different little tiny pieces of information that I needed to get to that point. It's always easier to learn things if you kind of just like fuck around with the tools in your own time, at your own pace, to your own preference. Because you can figure out how to do things the way that work for you and look up how to do things that you can't in between. There have been so many times where like I couldn't figure something out and I figured it out on my own and look it up and it turned out that was exactly what I had to do. Like, oh shit, I'm accidentally smart.
I have ocked and it freaking sucks. Just perpetual terror at every single little thing. You've got meds and therapy for it now, but it is very tiring to constantly be scared of rabies, or that everything outside will kill me, or that I'm secretly evil, but, sorry, this one's to Siriu.
Siriu? Nah, when it comes to OCD and that kind of mentality, I will give you the best advice that I can, but it's one of those things where your brain is going to have a hard time really accepting facts. Because if it easily accepted facts, you wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. But consider this. You've made it this long. Clearly, it's not really that dangerous. There are dangers in this world. It would be stupid to say there's not. But if it was so bad that every time you walk out that door, you risk your life, you would not have made it to this point in your life. And if you have friends or family in your life and you have them around you consistently, you're probably not evil. You're probably at least an alright person. There's not many people who, it turns out, are, like, secretly evil, and nobody ever knew, because the people who are like that usually make the news. Because they're exceptions, not, like, you're so horribly unlikely to have that happen that it's literally not even worth crossing your mind. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is I know it's easy to just be like, well, stop worrying. It's not that easy. If you have that kind of mentality, if you could just stop, you would have stopped by now. But you have to, like, make a concerted effort to remind yourself. Every time you have that worry, make a concerted effort to remind yourself of the facts. You go, oh, fuck. If I go outside, I'm going to get killed. And you go, well, no, I've gone this long without getting killed. Why would today be the day?
Sir Nightger, I must confess, I have committed great sin. I ate too many chicken nuggets, and now my mom and cat are mad at me. How can I improve my financials?
Stock market. Invest in corn. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Double down. Sell. No, double down. Always gamble. Can I be real? I like have no idea how the stock market works. Stock market. I had like a financial class in high school. I like did not pay attention whatsoever. I heard how risky the stock market was and was just like, I blocked out that information. It's like, oh, fuck that. I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want to lose all my money. Fuck that. And just like did not acknowledge any information regarding it. You're probably going to get cut off.
I keep feeling like I can't make any big life choices for my future because of the state of everything. I don't have a skilled enough job to move to the U.S., and we don't have the money yet to move my boyfriend to the UK, and every decision both GOVS are making makes either option more
impossible. Without getting too deep into the current events thing, yeah, I get feeling like there's no sense planning when shit changes every 15 minutes. The best thing you can probably do is just, in terms of like money, just save with the assumption that things will be fine. Because either you save all that money and things are fine and you get exactly what you want, or you save and things aren't fine and you have money to fall back onto because things aren't fine. But in terms of like career planning or big life choices, like, I mean, I fucking still am like, I don't know what I'm doing. I fucking have no clue. Here's a secret, is not many people know what they're doing or what to do or how to go about anything. Most people are kind of just doing this whole thing blind. So just make the best choices you can moment to moment and make assumptions that things will be all right and work towards that under that assumption. It's easy to feel like, you know, oh, things are bad now, everything's fucked forever. They suck now, but they'll probably be fine later.
I am unsatisfied with the rate at which I am progressing in life. I eventually improve and work at problems, but it feels like it takes years to accomplish even the tiniest of change. I don't know whether I should focus on my efficiency and sticking to goals more consistently or to rule.
Question number 1, how old are you? Because genuinely, your age plays a huge factor into how I respond to that. Also, yeah, spite the world and be happy anyway. 22. Okay, that's what I thought. You are so fucking young and you don't even realize it. Consistency is key. And here's the secret. If you're consistent with something long enough, it speeds itself up. You know how there's like videos of like, oh, this worker's been doing so-and-so for so many years and watch how fast he does his job. And it's like, the motherfucker does something lightning fast. It's because of consistency. That person did that thing consistently. When they started, they were probably pretty fucking slow. But they did it a lot, over and over, consistently, and now it's quick. Everything you do speeds up with consistency. And I know it's easy to be like, oh, you're young, you don't know. Literally, you are very young. Just trust that you will keep pace with the world. You're fine. You're gonna be okay.
I have just adopted 2 cats. They are both boys, and they are so friendly and friends, and there's very few problems. Those very few problems are literally the old Lady Calico I have owned for the past 7 years, who cannot last a second in line of sight of either boys without yowling.
Okay. Here's my first question is, are the boys fixed? Are they neutered? Because that also is very important to the response. One boy's fixed, the other's on the way. Okay. Once they're both fixed, there's gonna be a period of time where that's still kind of going on. But I have a feeling a lot of that fighting is like hormones. Especially if they're both still quite young. A mixture of hormones and not being familiar, it is gonna make them all pissy and act up. Once they're familiar and have no more of those hormones, they'll be fine.
Gracious Master of Gir's, heed my call, for I am lost. From times betwixt and between, I have been cursed with a raging fire in my soul. My addiction for Banin has cost me several marriages, and I cannot contain the sadness with potassium alone. The big G has made it.
I'm gonna like jump to the very end of that shit where it said, how do I break the curse and not have to use Grindr for a date? I'm gonna disregard everything before it and say, don't fucking use Grindr. Don't use any app, really. Apps for dating are a fucking trap. They'll make you feel shit about yourself and take your money if you get to a certain point where you feel like that's the only way to not feel shit about yourself. Dating apps are a fucking scam. They're a trap. Have they worked for people? Yeah. They don't work for everybody. And definitely more often than not, they don't work. Same advice for people who wanted to go find friends. Go places where people that like things you like congregate. Even a fucking Discord. Fucking Pochi and I met through Discord. Look how that worked out. Just go somewhere and do things where people fucking like things you like and go from there. Also, too many bananas is bad for your stomach. Don't do that.
I was recently broken up with. It was a long relationship, and I don't know if I did or not, but I tried my best to make the relationship work, and I gave a lot to the relationship. My ex told me it was because they wanted to work on themselves, but I found out recently that they started.
Okay, I read ahead because I knew you were going to get cut off. They were not a very good person, and that's not your fault. We can't always see exactly who the other person is deep on the inside. And if that's revealed after the fact, that's through no fault of your own. A lot of people have been through that. Even I've been through something similar. It happens. You kind of gotta just move on. You gotta go, well, shit, it sucks that they were like that, and just let yourself move past them and put them out of your mind.
Google cheat codes for Chicken Little on PlayStation. Thank you.
Use Google. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to the previous one. You'll be okay. The way they did you dirty does not define who you are or the kind of person you are. Just don't let them affect you. Just don't let them affect you. You go, that person turns out they weren't very good. I'm gonna go ahead and just put them out of my mind and look elsewhere. Feel pity for whoever else they trick, really. If their excuse, come to think of it, if their excuse was they were working on themselves, it sounds like they need to work on themselves.
My art has stagnated and not improved or gotten worse for years. It makes me feel bad and crappy because my friends are all very talented and draw me awesome pics, and I feel like I can't properly pay them back with my own work because it simply doesn't compare. How do I get better at AR?
At AR? I don't know why I read it that way. Well, mistake number one is comparing yourself to your friends. That's not the correct way to go about things. You don't ever look to anybody else's stuff and go, damn, they're better than me. Why am I not as good as them? Because here's a secret. You could be fucking incredible. You could have gone through college or something, and you're still going to find somebody that's like, you go, damn, I've went through all that, and that person still is so much better than me. Don't ever fucking compare yourself to anybody. It goes back to what I said earlier. You do what you like for your own sake. keep at it. The consistency will work itself out. If you feel like you're not progressing, stop and like look at what you've done like over weeks or months or years and see if you can see anything that's like stands out as needs to be changed. Maybe there's a way you're drawing a certain thing or shading a certain thing or coloring a certain thing where you're like, I need to, there's an issue right there. I need to change that. Just stop and examine and see if you can really point out a specific thing that's a problem. If you can't see a single thing that's really standing out as a problem, you're probably actually fine and you just need more consistency and you just need to keep at it. But the moment you compare yourself to somebody, especially somebody you know, you've fucked up. Because that's a trap that just immediately is going to make you feel like shit no matter what. You're never going to get to the point where you're like, wow, my art is way better than my friends. My friends draw like shit. I'm so much better. If you feel like that, you've gotten real conceited, and that's a new issue to address. The moment you're convinced that you're great and that you're perfect is the moment you've ultimately fucked up. The best artists always see room for improvement. The worst artists are convinced that they can't go any higher. So fucking take that and live it. Put that, yeah, put that up, you smoking pipe. I turned Irish. Pipe. Oh, smoking the pipe. Damn. Yeah, y'all, the relationship is the worst shit of all. It's one thing to have concerns about your abilities and everything, but when you feel put down because of another person that you used to feel positive about, that's the worst. This is free advice now. If anybody's got a situation where they feel worse about themselves because of another person's actions, they're the problem. If they did something to make you feel worse, they were the one that did something. You didn't do something. If you got left out in the cold or pushed aside or knocked around, they're the one that fucked up. You were just in the crosshairs. You didn't do anything. The worst kind of person is somebody that will take advantage of other people. And the more you let them live in your mind, the more they win. Put them out of your mind and just push them aside and just not give them the thought that they want so badly, and it's like starving a fucking virus.
Hey man, I got a letter from my wife recently and am kinda worried. She's been dead for like 3 years and she wants me to go to a resort hotel in Maine. Is this a scam or should I start planning some off time at work?
I'd definitely go. Definitely go. Sounds like something you really need to investigate. I would go. Make sure you don't tell anybody that you know, and don't bring any sort of cell phone or any way to contact the outside world. Just go. Just leave no evidence that you ever went there. Just go. Have fun. You like the stream? I'm glad you like the stream. I'm actually enjoying this a lot.
Hope it ain't breaking the rules too much, but some advice for chat from me. You are much more capable than you realize. Seize that agency and take a chance on something you're anxious or unsure about. It'll be worth it.
Which one of us is in the chair? But yes, you're right. That is legit. If you're worried about starting like a hobby or a job or anything, if you're worried about if you're gonna succeed or fail, if you're just worried about how well you do or if it's achievable, that does not matter. Just fucking start. Just jump right in. I have a fucking endless list of hobbies that I've jumped into and then just like walked away from because it's like, I enjoyed trying this. I don't know how much I want to stick with it. But it's better to jump into it and see how it goes than go, oh, I would just fail and then never know. You want to be able to see how it goes. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, whatever. But that thing that you tried to skip out on because you were afraid of it, that could turn out to be like your thing. Don't you miss every shot you don't take, etc.
Should I do a front flip or backflip? I have never done this before. ...
You should do a front flip. Oh, shit. Yeah, to go back to that other thing. Yeah, failing... Every time you fail, you learn something. If you learn something, you fail less. That's the secret. Failure is a learning opportunity. You're taught that quite young, usually. If you fuck up, you go, oh, I fucked up. Here's the problem. This is what went wrong. I now know to not do that. And then you go a little further and you fail again. You go, oh, this time I fucked up by doing this. And then you learn that. And then you move on. And then you fuck up somewhere else and go, okay, I got really far this time, but here's where I fucked up this time. Every time you fuck up, you learn something and you get a little further. Again, the only people who are like perfect at something right out of the gate are like highly notable because of it. Everybody else just fucks up.
Feel like a bad friend for never having energy for people.
You're not.
I always leave the earliest, usually an hour or two in. I'm still always invited, so I mustn't be that much of a drag. But I feel bad that I subconsciously, inherently view people I really like as draining.
Nah, you have a very small social battery. That's fine. Not everybody's got it in them to just go hard all the time with everybody. Like, me. Out of, like, all of the crew, I'm, like, the boring one. People, like, whenever we go to, like, PAXs or whatever, and we're chilling, and everybody's like, oh, let's go to this place, let's go to that place, let's hang out, let's just walk around the city, let's go do XYZ. I'm like, bro, I kind of want to just sit down and hang out. I don't really want to go anywhere or do anything. I just want to chill. And if it's like the end of the day and everybody's already been doing things and they still want to go do something else, I'm like, nah, y'all go have fun. I'm gonna go just like go to bed. That's fine. I ain't getting judged for it. It's just I'm not built for that, and it is what it is. If you're still being invited to things, that's because they're like, hey, we want you to come have fun until you're done. If you're done early, you're done early. Big fucking deal. They just want you there for as long as you're willing to be there, man. Some people want to just like go everywhere, do everything at all times and have the energy for it. Some people want to just sit on a couch and just do nothing with somebody else around. If you're the latter, then I mean that's how you like to chill. Sometimes people want to just switch to that, and that's cool. That's fine.
Final ask. My D&D campaign of 6 years is coming to a natural end. As the group's GM, I'm torn between our next campaign being 30s noir, urban fantasy, or making them be goons. Thoughts?
I mean, obviously this is up to you guys' preference. I don't know what you guys all like. Nor do I know what your previous campaign was like. Urban fantasy might have more avenues to explore than 30s noir. 30s noir is kind of like you got your setting and you're kind of stuck with it. You can't really go too much further outside of that. Being goons, if you mean like they're just like somebody's underlings that kind of fall upwards to being more notable themselves, that could also go somewhere. But you could also combine the urban fantasy and the goons at the same time. I just think the 30s noir one kind of writes you into a corner. You're so gonna get cut off. I'm gonna read ahead for you.
Hey, I'm an MasterGir's, and my problem is that I have so many ideas for art projects, but I'm limited. I only have 2 hands, and when I do start an art project, its progress is so slow at times, or I start another project cause I lose interest, and last one, where I bounce back and forth between T.
Okay, I read ahead. Again, that's ADHD brain, baby. I got the same shit. Back when I was still doing source filmmaker stuff, do you know how many, like, partially made project files I had? I can't even begin to fucking count how many there were. It is so common when you're like that to just, like, get a great idea and you start, and then thank you so much for the gift subs. Oh, shit.
I am trying to fix my sleep schedule, but whenever an RTVS stream goes past midnight, I'm afraid of missing an all-timer joke.
Okay, hold on.
But I don't want to risk Scorpy pulling me to 4 in the morning. How do I fix this when I always want to be there live?
Okay, I'm going to pause it for a second. All right. Stu, I'll get to you in just a second. Let me finish my thought with Birdie. The art project thing. Take a day where you're not doing anything in particular, which is whatever free day you happen to get. Go through your list of projects that you've got like half finished. Find one that stands out the most as one that you really want to get finished, and just blow the entire fucking day working on it. And then just until that one's finished, do not allow yourself to do another one. Just refuse yourself the ability to start any other project. You go, either this one's finished or I'm not fucking doing anything else. That might not be the super best advice, but in terms of like giving yourself an ultimatum and like forcing yourself, that's the only way I was ever able to do it, was I told myself either I finish this fucking project or I do no projects. And I was able to finish some projects that had been sitting around for a hot minute by forcing myself into a corner like that. The fucking sleep schedule because of the streams. Here's my advice. Streams had VODs. It's nice and all to be able to hang out when it's live and talk to people when as it's happening, but you're gonna get yourself killed. You gotta let yourself sleep. There are times where I skip being on those streams because it's like, oh, we're gonna like do a thing when it's like 2 in the fucking morning for me. I'm good. I'm gonna fucking go to sleep. I like to hang out and have fun with my friends on the stream and all, but I like to fucking sleep and not feel like dog shit in the morning. If you miss a joke, you miss a joke. That's fine. I don't even know how to begin to count how many like in jokes I have missed because I was just like, I got shit to do. I got a life. I got other things I'd rather do than just hang around to the point of it being a burden to myself. It is what it is. It's cool when you do get to be there for something that kind of lasts long, but it's not worth like damaging your sleep schedule to the point that you feel like shit. Get some sleep. That is a very cumulative, damaging thing to let your sleep just slip over and over and over and over, and it's really hard to crawl back from that. All right, I'm gonna unpause this queue now. There we go. Paused it to give myself a second to catch up.
In the past, I had friends who constantly shamed me for having any interests that weren't things that they liked, not talking about them, just knowing that I had them. But now, when I get the opportunity to talk to nicer people, I completely freeze up and can't talk about anything I G.
You genuinely care about. Yeah, it's you were damaged by bad people in your life. That's not your fault. You can't help that the people in your life were not good for you. Those were not friends. Those were people who kind of forced a mentality onto you, whether you liked it or not. And because you didn't really have anybody else and you assumed that they were your friends, you kind of just stuck with it to the point of it being damaging. You gotta find a way to really push past it. You gotta let yourself accept that that wasn't okay and that wasn't normal, and it is okay to just talk about the things you like to talk about. It might help to try and do that in a text-based situation rather than in person. Like to be in like a Discord server or something where you kind of let yourself jump into a conversation about a thing that you care about. It's very easy to find an online situation where the whole topic is a thing you care about. Let yourself jump in a text-based situation. See how people react in that kind of place, in that kind of environment. And then let that confidence kind of ride in to an in-person situation. Because if you let yourself type how you feel and that gets positive feedback consistently enough, it will teach you that it's okay to talk about these things. Maybe it didn't come out of your mouth, but you were communicating those ideas and feelings and did not get treated the way you thought you would get treated. And you can carry that over into a conversation in person. And like I said earlier with just like stopping and listening to the conversation, stop, listen to how they're talking, listen to what they're saying, find a gap, let yourself shoot that shot and see how it goes, because you're probably gonna be fine. The fact that everybody is kind of hearing that and going, wow, those people sucked, it means they were the exception, not the norm. It isn't normal that they did that to you. It isn't cool that they did that to you. People who expect you to be a certain way and shame you for not being that way when you thought that they were your friends, those are terrible people. Those people suck ass. So let yourself be okay with liking what you like. Let yourself be okay with communicating that to other people. Because odds are you're gonna be okay. It's not gonna go the way that you thought it was gonna go. It's gonna go fine.
Getting to the end of my 20s, and I don't really have anything going for me. no proper job prospects, and degrees that don't mean anything, just kinda riding day by day. How do people set long-term goals and have something to aim for when most things amounted to very little?
If you find out, let me know, cause fuck if I know. Nah, but for real, I'm in a situation that's not too unlike that. I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now. Is it long-term sustainable? Probably not. But in terms of myself, I'm hoping that some of the skills and connections that I build doing this day to day will eventually just kind of ride me into something more. That might be naive, but I would rather let myself ride out these things that I enjoy at a pace that's less horrible and see where it goes than tell myself, oh, this isn't working. I have to force myself into something that must work. Because that's when you kind of put yourself in a corner, put yourself into something that you think is going to be good, and it might not even be good for you to begin with. So let the day-to-day go, let it happen. Maybe find some places here and there where you can kind of build some small skills. You don't have to like have college degree level skills. Just find something that you think could translate to something bigger down the line if you kind of like really enjoy it and stick with it and pick it up and go well with it. Like, if you got nothing going on, if you got a lot of free time, pick up like some sort of hobby that can translate to a career. Maybe woodworking, maybe programming. You know, just whatever you think that you can enjoy and that you could take it further than just something that's to kill time. Don't take something you already do as like pure fun and try to turn that into a career, because that doesn't usually work. If you're purposely taking something that you think you will enjoy and might go further than that, that's fine, because it's not some pre-existing, this is the thing that makes me happy situation. You don't want to take like your happy place and try to force it into work. Sorry, I've been talking a long time. Because that can not only a lot of the time not work, but also sour you on that one thing that you used to love and just kind of put you in an even worse situation. It's better to find a new thing that can be both than to force something that's already existing into something that it's not. But either way, just let yourself kind of be okay with the day-to-day. Not everybody's equipped to know what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and how long they're going to do it, and where it's going to go, and can ride that from start to finish. I envy the people who knew what they were going to do in, like, elementary school and just gun straight for it. Good for you, man. You fucking knew what you were going to do, and you did it. I ain't built that way. I never knew what I was going to do. I still don't know what I was going to do. I'm kind of just riding blind, and a lot more people than you would ever think are just riding blind. Yep.
Hello, MasterGir's. I am looking for some new music to listen to. I like every genre. Got any cool albums or playlists to share?
All right, that's my weak spot. I'm actually real bad when it comes to music. It got to the point where at one point I almost was like, do I even like music? In the last couple years, I've been listening to more funk, PHONK, that shit. Not a ton of it, because some of it gets kind of obnoxious, but some of it, some of the more popular stuff I do kind of enjoy. Smooth jazz is something that I like to have when I've got absolutely nothing going on, and to just like turn my brain off. And if I really want to turn my brain off, I put on YTPMVs. If you're really looking for new stuff, literally just go to like Spotify or whatever the fuck music thing that you like to use, and just let it just go wherever the fuck it wants to go. Let it take you places that you never even fucking thought of. That's how I ended up on the funk shit. I was like, what the fuck is this? Sounds good. What is this? And it just went. Yeah, Pandora. I think Pandora, that's the whole point, is it just goes wherever the fuck. Yeah, just go find a way to like have music that shows up at a completely random interval of what genres it is. And then when something catches your ear, note down what that was and see if you can find more like it. But in terms of personal recommendations, I really don't have very much. There is one band that I like, Spyro Gyra. I believe what they do is jazz. It's like, it sounds a lot like elevator music, but it's a very like kind of relaxing kind of music to listen to. Lounge vibes, yeah. I also like a lot of what's the word? Like, not big band. Like, what's the word? I'm like drawing a huge blank. It sounded like the Rat Pack back in the like, was that 50s through 50s, 60s, that era? The kind of shit you'd hear in Fallout. I like that stuff too. That always has like a very like kind of chill vibe to it for me. Somebody's gonna know the word that I'm looking for and post it, and I'm gonna go, fucking that's it. Boy. Oh, Junko Ohashi too. Look up Junko Ohashi. I don't really fuck with death metal, except for like a few exceptions. You're naming the genre I was looking for? I'm gonna throw rocks at your fucking head. Are you finding music? Is that trans femmes are probably some of the best music producers of our generation? You ever heard of Vectroid? Yeah, shouts out, rah rah. But yeah. Ooh. I've been solving a lot of problems over the last couple hours. Maybe a lot of trans folk make really good music because their brain is already thinking outside the box. They're not constrained. They're already more wide-minded, I guess is the best I can describe it. You're welcome. Enlightened.
I scratched me knee. What do?
Band-Aid. Next. Wash it first. Alright, you want me to get real fucking granular about it? Wash the wound, dry it, apply Neosporin, and apply a Band-Aid. And repeat the Neosporin Band-Aid step as needed after every couple days. If you scratched it, you probably don't need to do that, but you know. Hit it with a hammer, then spit on it. You ever get one of those sores in your mouth? And then you put salt on it? I remember being told somewhere that putting salt on it made it heal faster. It hurt like a bitch, and I don't know if it did or not. But I did it more than once.
Thank you for fixing my life, Dr. Gur. But we've been sitting here for 2 hours, and you've been looking at the wall the entire time. You haven't looked at me once.
Eye contact can distract both of us. If you don't feel pressure to communicate eye to eye, you can communicate more truthfully. Why am I staring into that camera? Because I don't remember where I put the side-looking sprite. Oh, I'm real.
I'm scared the TTS is gonna cut me off if I speak too long. How do I get over this haunting fear? I want to be verbose and explain my every thought as to best communicate how I feel so you can respond the best you can, but there's a chance it'll be silenced before I get the chance to truly.
Oh no! Well, here's the thing, is it happens. But despite not hearing it, I could still read it. That was the secret of having the words show up. Was to ensure that even if I couldn't hear your words, I could still read your words. So, you are still acknowledged to the full extent. It might be scary at first, but accept that life gets cut off. And sometimes your thought...
I know romantic relationships are common and important to most people, but I have no clue what the typical boundaries and expectations of said arrangements are. How can I learn more without engaging in them or being a nuisance and prying into people's personal lives.
That's a pretty heavy one. I gotta chew on that one for a second. That sounds okay. All right, let me ask you a question. You think romantic relationships are important, but do you feel that way? Do you personally feel like it would be important in your life to have one, or do you feel like it's expected of you to have one? Because that completely changes the direction of this response otherwise. Yeah, or are you just curious of what it would be, of what it takes to have one and be in one? Either way. Okay, all right. Okay, see, that completely changes the direction here. See, the first thought that comes to mind is to just, if they are your friends, it's a little easier to be more direct with them, and you can just say, you know, I want to know more about your partner. What is it? What is it about them that you like? What is it? What are they like? You know, just ask questions about the kind of person they are and what it is they like about them. And make it clear that you're asking because you just want to be more familiar with the people in your friend's life. You want to be familiar with the partner that's in your friend's life. You want to know more about somebody that's that important to your friend. And the more they tell you, the more you can find where the boundaries are. You don't want to ask them, you know, hyper personal things like anything to do with like intimate relations or like hyper like shit, how do I word this? It's really hard to find the words. If you wouldn't be comfortable sharing, don't ask that kind of question. If it's information you wouldn't easily give up even to a friend, that's something that you should not ask of them. That's a very easy starting line for where the boundary is. But if you just want to know, you know, what are they like? What are their interests? How did you meet? That kind of stuff. Very like baseline small talk type questions. And again, make it clear that you just want to know more about somebody that's important in your friend's life. Because a friend is going to be understanding. A friend is going to be like, okay, I get it. You just want to be familiar with somebody I care about. That's cool. So here's the information, etc., etc. If they're closed off, I mean, then I'm not sure really where you should really go from there if they're that closed off about that baseline of a line of questioning. But odds are they're probably gonna just be like, okay, yeah, here's the scoop. So yeah, hope that helps. Hey, Inuamaru.
Incoming!
Incoming. Oh.
I feel like I can't explain my reasonings or thoughts when I need to. It sucks when I'm having a conversation, debate, and can't explain myself.
Yeah, I understand those feelings. It can go, it can both feel and go really, really bad if you are unable to like really express the thought you want to express. That's why there are points in this whole stream where I've been like silent for a few seconds while I kind of like process the correct words to use. Because it's very easy to like use one word in place of another and then have the complete, just have the vibe and feeling of and intent of the situation go completely the wrong direction. So first off, I sympathize. The only advice I can give in that situation is to just allow yourself to pause and really think about the words you want to use. You might have an awkward silence, but it's better to have a small awkward silence than say the wrong thing, because that can get very, very awkward and last a much longer amount of time if you say the wrong thing. So just allow yourself the time to think. Didn't expect the mouth to move. It's special for this, because I needed to indicate that I was speaking. And making it just glow looked like shit, unfortunately. So.
Dr. Gurr, you've been wondering for a while now. The rest of this room is decorated beautifully, but the clock in the back has a big 5. None of the other numbers are visible. Can you add them or remove the 5?
No, I only rent out this office. I'm not allowed to change any of the decor. Trust me, I wanted to toss it out. I thought it was very strange and distracting, but they said, nah, man, you got to keep the clock. It came with the room. Like, damn. All right, I have to look away from that clock at all times or it's just really distracting.
My mind is spinning and swirling, and there's liquid coming out of my fingertips.
Fingertips.
I think you're probably about to win the lottery. You should definitely find an ice chest to crawl into and make sure that's shut tight. Oh, that's concerning. My fucking drawing sucked. Just sitting here thinking about it.
The trifecta of physical disability, autism, and Dad have nerfed my stamina for how much I can get done in a day. I spend most of my damn spoons on basic needs and whatever errands come up, trying to figure out a version of planning. Time management that works for me has often felt
like a wild goose chase, especially because of analysis paralysis. I get it. I understand. Yeah, that is, it's not easy to get around. It really isn't. It's not just trapped between a rock and a hard place. It's trapped between a rock and a hard place and a spike pit. And it's like, you have almost no wiggle room. And it's hard to streamline your life to accommodate that. I don't have any specific advice on how to handle that, because it's incredibly situational, and the way you handle that has to really be catered to the life that you live. So the best thing I can say is just do your best to prioritize the most important things
Do you
first.
think love can bloom on the battlefield?
No. Oh, yeah, or seek a social worker, somebody that's literally, it's their job to help you with those kinds of things. To wrap up your answer, I would, if you have that resource, I would seek out a case manager of some kind. Yeah, a case manager can go a long way. Okay, I take back my answer about love blooming on the battlefield. It can, but only if you're somebody that was trained to be somebody else hypnotically.
Should I get a birthday cake with chocolate in it, or should I get a cookie cake for my birthday? Because I like both, but I can't decide. Help me choose.
The cookie cake, because when else are you gonna get the cookie cake? You can have a regular cake fucking anytime. You can make a cookie cake anytime, or a regular cake anytime. The cookie cake is unique. Get it for that situation. Done. The cookie cake can be mid. Just, if you're gonna get one, ensure that it's one that does cost a little bit more, just to ensure that you're actually getting something of a higher quality and not like a Walmart cookie cake. Maybe go to maybe see if there's like a bakery or something and see if they have one. What's a cookie cake? It's literally just a giant cookie. That's all it is. I didn't get the reference. Am I not allowed to just answer these fucking things genuinely anyway? I've answered every other joke genuinely. Well, okay, almost every joke. What was the reference? I don't fucking know. I don't know what the reference is. I'm not a dork. I'm sorry, that was mean.
At 25, I feel like I have not accomplished much. I dropped out of college twice and have struggled to find a job due to my physical disability. I occupy myself enough by helping around the house when I can, but I feel like have not done enough.
You're still mid-20s. You've still got, you think of it this way. You still have half of your 20s to go before you reach 30, which is still an age considered young. That's still a lot of time. You will then have all of your 30s to do things. You have a lot of time. You have a lot more time than it feels like. And if things are hard to do because of a disability, that's not your fault. You can't control that thing that limits you. If you had control over it, you would have done something about it. You would have stopped it. You would have gotten rid of it. It's out of your hands. And you can't let yourself get dragged down by something that is completely out of your control. Because what can you do? What's to be done? You have to just accept this is a problem that I have to live with. It's unfortunate, but I will simply find a way to live with it. And do what you can to do what you can the best way that you can. And you don't have to, like, life isn't about meeting a quota. There's not a certain amount of accomplishments you're expected to meet to be a valued person. Just do what you're capable of. You can't be expected of any more or less. And if you live somewhere where disability is like social disability is an option, I would seek that if you believe you would qualify. Like if you're in America, it's like incredibly fucking hard to get disability in America, even if you could be missing fucking limbs and they would still say, nah, you could find work. But I would maybe be willing to try and, yeah, it took Pochi like 4 years. I would be willing to make that fight if it means one less worry in your life. Can't wait to be in your 30s. No, don't say that. Enjoy what you have while you have it. That's not to say life goes downhill in the 30s, but don't rush to a certain age because it'll only make you regret rushing. Be cool with the time you got right now.
If turned into a cartoon ice cube, because it's been so rainy today, how do I warm up?
Spin really, really fast. Yeah. You might have to get a lawyer to get the disability because otherwise they will fight you every fucking chance they can get. But the nice thing about disability lawyers is they're paid out of the disability. Yeah, and if they don't win, you don't have to pay, so you're mostly just paying in time.
What should my final question be? I only have one left and am not sure what to ask about ...
Here's a question for you. You're gonna ask me, can I please be unbanned? Because I'm banning you. No! I'm kidding. Fuck! What the fuck? I've been fucking banned. Fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm a fucking banned. All I did was ask a fucking question. This is bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Becky, it's fucking bullshit. I apologize.
Help, most noble and kindger, the glue on my desk just exploded. There's glue everywhere, help me please.
Rubbing alcohol and paper towels. Lick it up. Damn, you got a non-moddable PS2? That doesn't sound right. You know how to solder? You know how to solder, you can definitely bust open like every PS2 and put a chip in there. That's a fun skill that I think a lot of people should let themselves learn if they're into any kind of like technology. Learn some basic soldering. It's super helpful.
What should I eat for dinner tomorrow?
Pizza. Knowing how to solder and knowing how to solder a chip are two different worlds to you. The thing about the... from what I understand, if I remember correctly, the chip for the PS2 is not like... You're not like soldering a microchip. It's like it's fairly reasonably sized. Like 2 or 4 like pretty obvious points where you dab some solder on it and you're good to go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's chunky. I think most mod chip makers try to do what they can to make it reasonably sized so that most people can just chuck that shit in there. No topping. I never said no toppings. Just get the pizza of your preference, fucker.
I want to buy an older console to mod and play games of the era. If only ever had a Wii. What console do I get first?
That really depends on the kind of games you want to play, actually. Because, like... You know what's... Okay, I'm going to go on a slight tangent here while you tell me what you prefer to play. Something that sucks. Before COVID, like 2019, 2018, 2017... I could walk into a Goodwill and find a game, like 4 or 5 GameCubes on the shelf, for like $20 each. I wanted to get one to like turn into like one of those portable GameCube things. I wanted to like use it as like a project. Never got around to it. You know what they fucking charge for a GameCube now? You have to pay like $150 fucking dollars to get a GameCube now. That is broken. It fucking sucks. I am filled with so much regret for not buying those GameCubes, dude. It sucks. All right. You think of the games you wanted to play? Because the easy ones, I'll just shoot the easy ones. If you can find them for reasonable prices, 3DS, piss easy to mod. PSP, also kind of hard to get for a reasonable price, but piss easy to mod. Play mostly PC RPGs? But you like older platformers. Okay, See, that's the thing, is the older you get, the less it makes sense to really mod it. Because, like, modding an NES or an SNES does not really achieve you all that much when you can literally get, like, a $30 console off of Alibaba or Temu and have every game ever for the SNES or the NES, and it works just the same. AliExpress, whatever, I don't know. I don't use that shit. But... because it's like, you either get the console and you get like one of those things that loads games onto it, or you get something that's already got games on it. Modding the actual consoles when they're a certain age is just not really sensible. Fun thing is doing it yourself. Yeah, I know. I know that's the fun thing. I know. But there's not a ton of consoles where it's like you want to really mod it yourself. Mostly Nintendo. It's like PSP and mostly Nintendo. Really, if you really, really want to find something you think could be good, just go on YouTube and like look up console modding videos, and like whichever one stands out to most to you, you can go ahead and be like, ah, that's the one I want to do. Yeah, I modded Wii U. I have a Wii U that's just been gathering dust for like a decade.
Whenever I am anxious, my tummy feels bad and I feel like I am going to hurl. It means when I am in social situations and stressful places, I can't eat food. Do you have any solutions?
You know, of all the advice I've given today, I think this is somehow this is the one where I'm like, I think I'm stumped. The only thing I can think to tell you is, like, if you know you're going to be going into a situation like that, take anti-nausea medications before going. Take anxiety meds and anti-nausea meds before you go. Pre-game. Don't wait until you're in the situation. Otherwise, I mean, yeah, it's a shit situation. Yeah, I don't know if you're on an anxiety medication, but if you're not, maybe consider talking to a doctor about it. But regardless, anti-nausea medication. Sucking on a hard candy helps with nausea. Specifically, something that's mint or ginger. And like real mint, not like fake, like trash mint. Like real, like find something like real mint. If you can find something that specific.
How do you get over the embarrassment of applying for job?
You mean you're embarrassed? You mean you're embarrassed that you had to apply for one? Like the act of having to have applied for a job is embarrassing to you? I wanna just clarify that. Feels bad to try and stick up for yourself? Nah, we all need money. Really, if anything, feels rough. Nah, here's the thing: is we live in a society where actively, if you are seeking employment and are going out of your way to find employment, that's usually looked upon positively. Like, you say, "Oh, I was applying for jobs the other day." They go, "Well, good for you. I'm glad you're getting out there and looking for work. I'm glad you're trying to get that bag." That's fine. You want to get money? You're looking for a job? Fuck it. That's a positive thing. And putting yourself out there, yeah, it might be a little bit unnerving, but everybody's got to do it. It's not like you're weird for putting yourself out there. It's not like you're an exception. You're not exceptional for being out there. You're one of a million, for better or worse. These are hard times. So the more you put yourself out there, the more respect people are gonna have for you for doing what you can to find that shit. So yeah, your worry is actually something most people are gonna like be pretty positive about. Don't sweat it. You're good. Five stars on you. Thank you. Those 5 stars help the channel grow. I miss fucking YouTube videos being rated with stars. Can we go back to that? I miss that. I miss video responses too, yeah.
I don't know how people work 40-hour work weeks. I am burnt out as just a part-timer living with parents, let alone the idea of ever affording a place of my own.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you on that. If you can work if you're one of those motherfuckers that can pull like an 80-hour week or some shit like that, like you're pulling like you're working like 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every fucking day, like 6 days a week, and you're handling that, fucking God bless you, because I could never, ever in my fucking life handle that. I saw like a wanted for like a really simple like part-time librarian. They wanted like 20 hours a week max. And even seeing that, I was like, if I did that, would I have the time to do the things I want to do? The answer is probably yes, but it was still the fact that I had to think about 15 to 20 hours a week and be like, is that taking up too much time? I'm not lazy. I just hate like burning myself out on people. I'm only kind of a people person. If I'm forced to interact with people, it fucking kills me. Oh yeah, no, and the parents thing, like, I'm doing that. A bunch of my friends do that. It's fella, it's a consequence of the days we're living in. Don't be ashamed of living with your parents. Be happy that you have somewhere, you have a roof over your head, and that they're not pushing you out. You're in a good situation where you have somewhere safe to live. You're not having to. Well, you're probably not having to pay rent. I don't know. Some parents will still charge rent. I don't know. But, I mean, it's one less worry. It's nice to be able to say you have your own place. God knows I'd like to be able to do the same, but I also would like to just get by in life too. If having my own place meant that I was constantly on edge of like feeling like I was gonna lose my home and everything, I'll take saying I live with my parents over the constant fear of homelessness any day. Thank you. Also, one of those like embarrassments of living with your parents is like, oh, what if somebody will want to like date? What will they think? I'm fucking set. I'm living with someone here. Well, I don't have anyone to impress, so I'm square. Fuck it. Do you know that the whole like go out on your own in your 20s and have your own place is a very like 50s idea? Until then, it's like globally is a lot more normal to live in a generational household than to go out and get your own place in like your early adulthood. That was part of American exceptionalism, and that is not the fucking world we live in anymore. It's part of an idealized world that does not exist anymore. It's a concept that is no longer realistic, and you shouldn't be ashamed of wanting something that's just not fucking realistic.
Being emotionally vulnerable has made me hungry. What do I eat for dinner? I can't eat onions or cheese.
Damn, I like both of those things. Damn, every food I was about to say can have either onion or cheese in it. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. French onion soup. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that one, everybody. Or ramen. Like Maruchan, like basic ramen. It doesn't have to be like from a restaurant. You might not even be able to get that from depending on where you are. Don't get top ramen though. Top ramen's shit.
One.
Okay.
Sorry, none of them were funny, lol. I can admit that sometimes my natural reaction to my loved one's expectations of emotional honesty is deep disdain. How can I divorce the concept of putting my walls down from hatred, both for myself and for others? It's very tiring too.
Yeah, that's another one of those ones where it's like very heavy. Let me chew on this one for a second. Yeah, that's one that is a little harder for me to tackle. That's one where it might be best if you really deliver that one upon a genuine bona fide therapist. Life is hard, and having the ability to really express express and accept emotions in a natural way suited to your specific mindset is it's not easy. We can't always do what we want or what is expected of us, and you can only do your best to try. Let yourself be okay with yourself. Let yourself be okay with others, and let yourself be okay with sometimes not being okay with others. It might not be a specific direct answer to what you asked, but I'll just say it's okay if you're not okay, and you can only do your best. And if you're not really able to do what you want to do in terms of your emotional responses and reception, you know, it's a process. You can't get it right out of the gate, and it's a slow process to let yourself get to where you want to get to. And the best way to do it is to really speak with somebody who is versed in handling those kinds of mindsets and situations. That's another thing too, and that's it again. Not it doesn't have to specifically be directed to you, but it's more of a general thing. It's okay to seek out help. That was I actually was just talking about this the other day, or maybe it was earlier today. Shit, yeah, it was earlier today. For a long time, the mindset was if you have some sort of mental or emotional anguish or trouble, it was looked down upon. It was treated as like a weakness or a cowardice or something shameful. That ain't the case anymore. It has become very clear in the last 15, 20 years that if you need help, you're one of a billion people that needs help. So many people need help, and it's okay to need it, and it's okay to ask for it, and it's okay to receive it. And you should never reject or deny yourself assistance or help if you need it, because there's no reason. There's no reason to. People have these jobs to help other people because it works, because it's good, because people need it. Let yourself talk to somebody that can really give you the answers you need. Let yourself treat yourself in the way that is necessary, be it through talking or medication. Because if it's what you need to really be how you want to be or do what you want to do, then so be it. As long as it's not literally harmful to you, you know, that's fine. And yeah, I'm very glad we now live in a time where it's not like hush hush if you have a problem. You don't keep it quiet. You don't keep it to yourself. You don't tell somebody, you know, get over it. I'm glad that we're moving past that. I mean, there's still a couple generations behind, like Gen X and boomers and stuff that are still struggling to accept that it's okay these days. But Millennial and Gen Z and Gen Alpha or whoever, they're all the ones that are like, yeah, we got problems, and that's fine. If we want to help each other, we're gonna fucking help each other. Because I think, and again, I'm just kind of going off on tangents with this, I want to believe that the early 2000s, the emo scene, a lot of that kind of pop culture of being open with your struggles and that kind of shit kind of raised a generation to wear it on their sleeve, as it were, and to be around others that had the same situations or feelings or mindsets. And as they grew up talking to one another about those problems and stuff, a lot of them realize, damn, you know, the more we talk to each other about these problems we got, the better we feel. Turns out if you don't hide your problems and you just communicate about them, the problems get fixed. And that kind of just spread from there to a more wider public acceptance that, you know, lots and lots and lots and lots of people got problems. And if you just accept that there's a problem and do what you can to deal with it, it tends to help.
I start a job soon where I help lead a middle school after-school program.
Cool.
Nervous. What do middle schoolers respect? How do I get that respect,
I'll be real, you threw yourself into the fucking pit. Middle schoolers are fucking brutal. Elementary schoolers, they're sweet. They're kids. They're still real young. Elementary school kids can say things that hurt, but they don't really realize it. And high schoolers will probably not really say anything to hurt you because they understand the consequences. Middle schoolers will say shit because they know it hurts and they just don't fucking care. Middle schoolers will do shit that is bad because they know it's bad and they don't fucking care what the consequences are because they're little fucking demons and know how to hurt you but don't understand or care about the consequences. The only thing I can say is don't try to connect with them. Don't put yourself in a position where you try to connect with them because they'll latch onto that as making you out to be like the weirdo who's trying to be cool. Yeah, you don't walk into the room and be like, "Hey chat, what's poggers? I got Riz, am I right?" Because they're gonna immediately fucking tear you limb from limb. Go in there and be very neutral. Be very, very neutral. Because I don't know what the after-school program that you're going to do is. Is it extracurricular? Or is it these kids fucked up real bad and now they're being forced to go to something after school? Because if it's extracurricular and they're just there, it's their choice? Okay, phew, good. If they're there by choice, they're probably not the horribly shitty kids, and you're probably fine. Just be you. Just be chill. Don't try to be a hard ass, but also don't try to be like hip with the kids. Just be yourself. Just be like a guy that's there. Treat them like people. Yeah, that's a good way to word it. Just treat them like people. Don't treat them like kids. Treat them like people. Kids hate being treated like kids. It fucking sucks, especially middle schoolers.
Now that I have finished cleaning up the glue, I'd like to ask a serious question. Recently, I feel like I need to be doing something at all times. Like if I'm not doing something, I feel useless.
Yeah?
I want to be able to relax, but cannot. Any advice?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna throw you under the bus. Bitch. Pochi feels the same shit all the time, and I give her shit for it. Not the like you should feel bad type shit, but the like here's how you should feel good about yourself type shit. You don't have to be doing something at all times. There's no genuine expectation in life that you need to be active at all hours of the day or you're not worth anything. That doesn't exist. That's not real. That's bullshit. Anybody that does put that on you is got their own problem that they're projecting onto you. You're allowed to do nothing. You're allowed to have days where you do literally nothing. If you have some days where you do something and have some days where you don't, that's fine. The point is that you have on and off. The off is just as important as the on. It's how that old saying goes, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. If you do nothing to relax, if you do not let yourself relax, you destroy yourself. If you don't let yourself take care of yourself and be okay, you won't be able to do the things you think you need to do. The more you relax, the more you can do other things. It feels counterproductive when you say it out loud, but the less you do, the more you can do. It's less one day, so that it's more another. If you're just always go, do something, you're going to get less done in those times you're forcing yourself than if you have an off day and then have an on day. How many days have I gone in between streams where I've done nothing? It's because I needed my time off.
Do you ever feel like you really want to play video games or do something you love, but just can't bring yourself to do it because of some invisible wall?
Every day.
Like you know you'd love it, but there's just something in your brain that's like you can't do things you want to do and love to do.
You're in therapy, but you want to hear... Okay. That is literally the only thing that I've ever seen a therapist about. Actually, I think I saw a therapist in like elementary school, but that was so long ago I literally only just now remembered it. But I have also sought therapy over the exact same thing of procrastinating on things that I wanted to do, on things that I enjoy. That's ADHD brain as well. It is a mental block that is really hard to get over. It's executive dysfunction. Thank you. I almost forgot the term. That's one of those things where you have to use my personal motto of fuck it. You gotta go, fuck it. I'm just gonna do this. I've been mulling about this. I've been hemming and hawing. I've been pondering it. Fuck it. I'm gonna just stop what I'm doing. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna fucking do it. Sometimes you literally have to tell yourself, whatever you're doing, stop. You're gonna stop what you're doing now and you're gonna go do that thing you wanted to do. Doesn't matter. Unless what you're doing is critical, fucking stop, go do the thing you wanted to do because you've been putting it off for no fucking reason. Just fucking like yesterday, I was like, I wanted to play a game. And then I did literally anything but play that game until I got to the point where it's like, fuck it. I've been thinking about doing this and then not doing it all day. I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna do it. And then I did it. And then I did it until like 2 a.m. because I enjoyed it. And if I had started earlier in the day like I wanted to, I wouldn't have done it until 2 a.m. I would have stopped at a reasonable hour. Yeah, but no, like you're not weird. Like, yeah, you've sought therapy over it. You know you're not weird for it because if it's got a word for it, you're 100% not weird because that means there are other people who have had it. It's documented. It's understood to a degree, and it's something that you can explore and try to solve and try to handle. I have experienced it 1-to-1. I know exactly what you mean. I felt it almost every day. I totally understand what you feel, and it is a pain in the ass. It sucks so much to be able to say, oh yeah, I wanted to play that game today, but I literally just didn't. I just did anything but. It was something I wanted to do. I wasn't forced to do it, but I just didn't. For no reason, because my brain just didn't want to. And you literally have to, like, override yourself and force yourself into it. You have to be a third person and say, hey, you're going to stop fucking around and just do it. Yeah, go play a game. Go turn on a game while you're listening to this. Stop putting it off. Go do it. Yeah, Sada's, she's trying to make the cat play, but the cat doesn't want to play.
That was just loving.
Yeah. Yeah, and it sucks when it's a like a time gated kind of thing where it's like, oh, I want to do this while it's still relevant, and then you put it off to the point that it's no longer relevant. I've done that. I've done that with like I've gotten into like game betas or like alpha tests or whatever, and it's like, oh, I can't wait to do this, and then like for whatever reason I just don't, and then I miss out on my opportunity. On one hand, you don't, and yeah, when it comes to like a FOMO thing, on one hand, you don't want to let yourself like feel forced into something because of like you want to be a part of like a hype thing. But on the other, if it's something you do genuinely, truly want to participate in, you really gotta just force yourself to take the time. It's hard to like actually intervene with yourself, but if you can get yourself to do that, that's sometimes all you can do. I think the moment that you recognize that you're procrastinating on something you actually want to do, that's the moment you have to like stop and be your own big kid and say, stop it, you're doing this now. I repeated myself like 5 times there, but you get the point. Yeah. Yeah. It's easy. Okay. I'll talk about this later. I see this already.
I've recently been diagnosed with Crohn's disease, and it has been a struggle. My doctor recommended liquid diet to help with the pain, but it feels like I'm reminded of all the yummy foods I cannot eat everywhere, and it has had a pretty severe impact on my mood. How can I fill the
hole in your heart by yeah, that's tough because it's a literal like physical limitation. I've had multiple people in my life that had Crohn's, so I understand how much it sucks and how much it fucks everything up for you. Really the only thing I can suggest is like you gotta stick with the liquid on a day-to-day on like a sustenance basis. But I would discuss with a doctor whether or not it's good to like every now and then let yourself have a small treat, like a burger, not like a burger and fries and a soda, like a full like just a small like get yourself like a little cheeseburger, or like a slice like one slice of pizza, one singular slice, just. You know, just like let yourself treat yourself a bit to the point that you don't think it's going to completely destroy you on the inside. And if that specifically isn't something you can do, I would discuss what treatment options there are other than just like a diet. Like I know you can take like Humira shots that will suppress the immune response a little bit so that you can handle more things. I would talk to them about not that shot specifically, but a treatment in that vein, and so that you can at least occasionally have more enjoyable foods. Definitely do what if it's that much of a drawback for you that it's affecting your mental health, that it's harming your day-to-day happiness. I would talk to the doctor and say, hey, this is starting to make my life a little bit worse. I really like to seek a treatment option that will let me at least partially have a regular diet on top of the liquid. Very, very, very medical situation, and it's one that I can give very light advice on just because I've had secondhand experience. Yeah, I would definitely seek that out. Food is a very important thing to the human condition, and it sucks when you feel like you're completely excluded from it. Hope it works out for you. I really do. Oh, I had something I was going to say, and I put it off, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, when it came to, like, the executive dysfunction thing. Does anybody else ever have the thing where it's like, you don't just have, like, one thing you want to play and put it off, but you have, like, 4 things you want to play, and because you can't decide between any of them, you don't do any of them at all? Because I have that pretty consistently. I, like, installed 4 different games. It's like, oh, I want to play this, and I want to play that, and I want to play this, and I want to play that. And then I played, like, 15 minutes of one of them and stopped, and now I don't want to touch any of them. I got back from PAX, and, like, Fallout 76 had a big update I liked. And No Man's Sky got a really big update. They look cool. And Skate is about to come out, so I'm actually able to play it early access. And Kingdom Come got their big DLC that's, like, in my vein of, like, oh, it's the creative, like, build your own kind of, like building and decorating kind of shit. I've only played 76, and that's it, and I cannot get myself to touch any of the others. It's like I can manage one thing at a time, and even at that, it's like I have to manage it or I'm gonna burn myself out and do literally nothing. Sucks. Yup, it sucks. Ooh. Also, I tore the corner of my mouth, and I have to be very careful about yawning, or it re-tears, and it hurts like a bitch. The air is getting dry because it's getting colder. It's like drying out my skin. Sucks so much. I should eat some salt and vinegar chips. Go fuck yourself. Don't make me smile because that hurts it too. What a fucked up... What a flaw in the human design that you can crack that and then literally every day-to-day activity involving your mouth will just make it worse. Like, oh, you tore the corner of your mouth. You want to eat? Tears it back open. You want to yawn? Tears it back open. Just like, fuck. What a shit design. You're a condition for yeah, I've done it multiple times.
My cat has recently been waking me up early in the morning in increasingly annoying ways, such as clawing the back of my head, sticking his paws in my mouth if I have my mouth open, etc. How do I make him stop? His name is Yoshi also.
Other than lock him out of your room, you don't. I'm sorry to say, cats are gonna do what a cat's gonna do. Personally, that's the only option I see is you're gonna go to sleep, shut the cat out. That's all you got. And I'm willing to bet that they're also going to, like, scream and cry and bitch and moan if you close them out of that room. So I don't even know if that's a good option. You might be fucked. You have a cat, you might be fucked.
Lately, I've been wanting to get back into Space Station 14 after taking a 6-month break, but I felt like my rustiness and general presence brings down other people in the game. Like my lack of skill will ruin other people's times in the game. I know this isn't true, and even the PR.
I see. I can read the rest of the message. You don't owe anybody in that game. I have touched Space Station 14 a few times, and every time I touch it, I forget how to do anything. It doesn't matter. Whatever. There's always going to be some new person there, and you know some things. They are not always brand new. So don't worry about it. You just got like a small relearning period where you might be a little rusty, you might be a little slow, you might, have a little bit of trouble responding. But whatever. If somebody takes issue with it, that's their fucking problem. They can get fucked, they can walk away. You can be, depending on what you're doing, you can be spiteful and get them killed. Fuck them. It's a video game. You have that option. It doesn't matter. It's a game. It's a game. People are gonna feel what they're gonna feel. You could fucking even be familiar in the game and someone would still take issue with what you're doing. That's the kind of game Space Station is it attracts that kind of person where sometimes there's just gonna be some like elitist that if you're not doing exactly what they want the exact right way, they're gonna bitch and moan and complain because they want the world in this video game to run the way they like, and they want to RP a certain way, and fuck them. Go fuck yourself. Get a life, nerd. Just play your fucking game. It's okay. How do you join Imp Station? I do not remember. Join Mira's Discord server and figure it out. I know Mira, so I just had Mira tell me how, like, a year ago. So, that information's lost. You want to play it, but it's overwhelming? It is an incredibly overwhelming thing, but you can make your own fun in it, is the thing. Is you can literally... I had the most fun when I was playing it by literally just standing around and watching the world pass me by, watching everybody else do their own thing. And that's also a good way to learn, is to just stand around and watch what other people are doing, how they go about themselves, things they say, the things they do. And depending on what server you join, people are typically pretty receptive to just you going like, hey, how do you do so-and-so? I'm new to this. And they just be like, yeah, you do this. That's it. Imp Station specifically, I'm pretty sure it is generally pretty friendly to normal people. I'm not hyper experienced in it, but that's just been my experience personally. And people don't know that I am me, so it's not like I have preferential treatment. Because when I'm on there, you got the goofy whatever name. So, however people treated me is how they treat normal people as opposed to experienced people. I should have just said inexperienced people. Still. And 76, yeah, 76 has some generally pretty fucking friendly regulars that play it. It has the most consistently... Fallout 76 has the most consistently helpful and friendly high-level players I've seen in any kind of, like, big-time, like, MMO-style game. There's, again, every game like that's always going to have an elitist. There's always going to be some dick that's going to give somebody shit for not knowing how to do anything. But 9 times out of 10, it surprises me how helpful they can be. You can literally be standing in, like, the middle of nowhere. Some dude will run up on you, drop, like, a shitload of resources, hit you with the heart emote, and then bail. It's like, oh, Thanks. This shit would have taken me 4 hours to get. Thanks for just dropping it on my lap. I super appreciate 76 for that. Again, this is one of those tangents, but like I appreciate 76 is funny because it was a game that was designed with the expectation that people were gonna like shoot and kill and loot and nuke one another. No. Maybe the first week, but no. After that, everybody was just kind of like chill and helping one another. And the devs had to like kind of back out on a lot of PvP shit because of it, because nobody was PvPing. Yeah, on average, people would prefer to be helpful and friendly. It's not the human default to be a complete asshole. Assholes are really the exception. I think 76 makes for a good case study in the situation of like, if you put regular people in a situation where all resources have reset to null and you have to start from scratch and you have to survive with one another, generally speaking, they're going to do what they can to help one another survive. There's always going to be that one asshole. There's always going to be a few assholes. But on the whole, people are going to want to help one another. Because helping one another is only beneficial. Being that asshole helps you a little bit in the short term, but on the long term, when you get yourself in a situation where you suddenly need the help, everyone's gonna be like, nah, fuck you. You are an asshole. Get lost. I really do think it makes for a good case study in that sense. All right. How about we give this advice session like another 15 minutes, and then we wrap up before my voice completely cuts out.
I have amassed many plants and have consequently covered 3 windowsills with herbs and leaves. To make room for more, should I make shelves that span the height of the windows or find some kind of tables to put in front of them? Getting rid of them is not an option.
Shelves. Another option is depending on your housing situation. I don't know if you're renting, if you have your own house, if it's an apartment, if it's a condo. If you are able to put anything in the ceiling, you could get those hooks to hang pots from. Because then you open up any open space you have could suddenly just have plants hanging from the ceiling. And that gives you like a shitload more real estate for plants. It's free real estate. The family house? Yeah. Okay. If the family's cool with it, do that. But otherwise, yeah, if it's something that has to like kind of, if it's hanging is not really a good option. Shelving, like wall shelves, not like a bookshelf type shelf, but like put them on the walls, stagger them out, give them a good amount of space. Make sure they're secure. If you've got like space against the walls, if you really have a lot of space against walls, maybe get some like, you know, like the cubbies for like storing shoes and shit. Get some of those to line like the bottom of the walls and put some things down there. Especially if they're like smaller plants, they don't need a ton of space. Just line the walls down there. That's the first thing that comes to mind, but that's my like interior design brain trying to come up with ideas.
Every time I bust my ass on a drawing, it's kinda ignored. But when I roughly sketch something quickly, it gets a ton of popularity, and it's super aggravating. What do I even do?
Uh-huh. This is a classic of creating. A classic of creating, especially on the internet. Maybe not specifically early days, but like the first several years of my time on YouTube, that was my exact fucking feeling of like, oh, I like put a lot of time into making this video and nobody looked at it, but I shat out something in like a minute and that's the thing that's getting a ton of attention. That just happens to fucking everybody that makes things. Every time. Every single person that makes things every fucking time. I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't. So the only thing I can tell you is if you're busting your ass on a picture, don't bust your ass on it so that everybody likes it. Bust your ass so that you like it. If you toss out a sketch and people like it, you know, cool. That gets attention. That gets eyes on you. That can build up over time. But if you're busting your ass on something, it's because you want to make something that looks good. You want it to look good because you want it to look good. Not because you want the world to look at it and think that looks good. Yeah, that's nice when they do, but you can't expect it. You can't force it. So just do what feels good to you. And when you're happy with it, put it out there. If people like it, they like it. If they don't catch it, you know, oh well, at least you liked it. And your sketches, you know, toss them out there. If it catches attention, like I said, that's just more eyes on you. It increases the odds of the hardworking work catching the eyes later. That's how this shit works. That's how that slow build of online social creating works. Is you build slowly with sometimes you toss out some little thing and it catches eyes. Yeah, no, that is like fucking as common as water. It happens all the time to like almost everybody. Think of it this way. I think Gianni Petrograno makes a great example. He is in so many games now. He is in shows now. He started off by just tossing some stupid shit out on the internet. He was not always busting his ass making the best thing he possibly can. He did sometimes. But the thing that collected attention was the stupid little shit that he just tossed out real quick. And look where it ends up. You accrue that attention over time. Sure, you know, the thing that got the attention wasn't like your best work ever, but it got people looking at you. And when you do get enough people out there that are looking at you and you put something out that you really are happy with, eventually they're gonna all see it and go like, damn, you really upped your game on this one this time. We really like this. And then it goes from there. But it's not all the time. It's you're flipping the coin, you're rolling the dice every single time. And yeah, that's the other thing too, is like it's an algorithmic thing too, is that it's a quantity over quality thing. It's always been that, even back in the early days of the internet. It's just, it's a fact that your output in terms of how much will impact you far more than how well. Even with like us, RTVS. Wayne started out because he screamed at a baby in Fallout VR, like streaming to just us friends, and we laughed at it, and he put a video on Tumblr and it got a bunch of attention. He didn't bust his ass to scream at that baby. He just fucked around. And then, you know, fucked around a little bit more, got more attention. Fucked around, but with a little bit more effort. That was called HLVRAI. Look where that happened. And it just goes from there. The point is you put something out there. If it got eyes, that's only good. This is good news. The whole point is that you're getting eyes. But yeah. Ooh, sorry, that burnt the fuck out of my throat. Oh.
On the topic of art, I have arthritis in my hands, and it has been really hard to draw and do things with my hands in general. How can I find ways to be creative without too much agony and despair? Because some days it really hurts bad.
Ooh. That might be one of those things where you might want to explore some new avenues of creativity that don't specifically require a lot of like handwork. I can't give an example off the top of my head of what that might be, unfortunately. But other than that, it really is just a matter of like do your best to treat the pain, and don't push yourself too hard. If you're doing something and it starts to like really hurt, listen to your body. You gotta stop. Don't push through the pain, because that's not gonna help you. It's literally gonna make it worse and just make you feel bad from top to bottom. You can pixel art with just your mouse. Yeah, see, that's something, is like you can keep yourself kind of stiff. Keep your arm kind of stiff while doing that. You can always find some sort of creative output. Yeah, it's just a matter of treating the pain, listening to your body and not pushing yourself too hard, and treating the pain as best you can. Some people swear by CBD if you can get a hold of that. I have no strong opinion on CBD specifically. I know marijuana in general is pretty helpful for treating a bunch of pain type things, but that's including THC, so I won't even get into that. But CBD specifically, maybe you can consider that as a possible avenue, because you can dose it yourself, and it's not like, I think you would have to literally drink barrels of CBD for it to hurt you. So you can dose it as best works for you. Or photography. Maybe look into photography. I think you could find a way to do that without, too much wrist hand work. Especially since you can put a good camera on top of like tripod, and then you literally just have to reach up and press a button. I personally really like photography. I took a really good picture while I was in Seattle, but I've been kind of apprehensive to post it because I took it from like a place that I was like given access to, that I don't want people to play internet detective and try to figure out where it was. Because there's always going to be some dickhead that's trying to figure that kind of thing out. It sucks, because it was like probably one of my best photos I've ever taken, and I fucking can't show anybody without worrying about some internet sleuth. Maybe at some point I'll just take the chance and post it anyway, but shit, come to think of it, I took 2 really good pictures from that area. I can't post either.
I'm right now trying to make my own game. Currently, I'm just writing the lore, drawing the map, and thinking of game mechanics. It's been a lot of fun to do it, but it does feel a little bit overwhelming. The prospect of making my own game, still considering all the coding and mode.
Modeling, yeah. That was always my biggest roadblock whenever I was like, I kind of want to try to make a game, and then it's like, oh wait, I can't code worth shit. I don't know a fucking thing about programming, and those like cookie cutter type programs are very limited in scope until you can learn programming that you can inject into it, which defeats the purpose. Literally the only thing I can say is buckle down and try to learn programming. If you want to make your own game and not help somebody else make a game, you gotta learn. You gotta just go for it. If it's something you really, really, really care about doing, the drive should help carry you through it. And depending on what programming language you're learning, some programming languages are pretty easy to learn and have a pretty early point where you can jump off from it and like actually get going on things. And some others are very much not. Again, I'm not very experienced with programming. I've dabbled here and there a few times and then given up because I just got bored. ADHD brain. But avoid C++. That's an easy one. Don't even try. It's like that's like having your first vehicle be a 747. Fucking wrong move. C# would be a good avenue. Python would be a good avenue. I think JavaScript can also be pretty useful, especially if you're going to do stuff in like Unity. But especially like C# and Python are both like stupid useful. Yeah, I would explore those. There's lots of online resources for learning programming these days. So yeah, I mean, if you want it to be your game, you're gonna have to just take the plunge. But if you want to be like, if you don't mind like helping a friend make a game so that you can use your strengths and let them take care of the other things that you can't do, that is an option. It just won't be your game. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like look at game engines that you want to consider and see what programming languages they really require you to know. And I said like the best way to learn things is like to fuck around instead of following a tutorial. I think programming is one of the few things where you should probably just follow a tutorial. I know it's real tempting to be like, I don't want to fucking sit here and make Hello World for the 100th fucking time. I want to just do this thing that I like, but damn if you don't actually have to really sit through that Hello World bullshit to get to the good stuff. Tell you what, we'll hit the top of the hour and then we'll wrap up. I'll give you guys a few more minutes.
Any advice for budgeting? I am so bad at long-term financial planning.
Yeah, my first advice for anybody is assuming you have a checking account, which you probably do, have a certain amount in that account that you envision as your minimum. Like, say, okay, my minimum is going to be like $2,000. Like, this bank account will not go below $2,000. As far as I'm concerned, if it says 2,000, that's zero. And anything above that is positive. And then treat anything below that number as a negative, that you need to stop excess spending. You need to stop anything that shouldn't, don't eat out, don't get fast food, don't get shit that you don't need. Let yourself build back up. Because as long as you have yourself like a floor that you set, it ensures that you will not have a nuclear situation where, oh God, I'm like $200 in the red, and I have like my car just broke down, and that's gonna be another like $500. You set yourself a floor and you keep yourself safe. The floor isn't gonna like guarantee you cover everything, but it's far safer than letting zero be zero. That is the easiest, most baseline good budgeting thing you can do. Second thing, savings account. Whatever money that you're getting in, and this is fucking advice I should have followed when I still had a job and I didn't, and I kind of regret it. Whatever income you have, always have a certain amount that goes straight into savings and is never touched until you have a literal emergency. That way you have your floor and you have your savings. And the thing about the savings account is that builds what's the fucking word? No. What's the fucking word? I'm drawing a blank on the word. Interest. Yes, it builds interest. It's not a shitload until you have a certain amount in there, but it's money that comes to you out of nowhere. So if you have that savings account and it keeps putting money in there and it puts its own money in there, again, that's just that safety net that grows itself, and you can keep it there and not worry about it. If you get $1,000 a month and you put 100 into the savings account literally every single time you get that $1,000, you're probably generally not going to notice it, especially if you treat it like your own. Tell yourself that your paycheck is $900 and don't acknowledge that 100 that goes into savings, and you won't even think about it, because it's literally no different than like your taxes being taken out. Your pay is higher than what you're getting, but that tax is not included, so you don't think about it. So if you let your savings be the same way and you don't think about it, you're fine with the money that you're getting. You budget everything based on that 900 and excluding that 100 that goes into savings. You're fine. I mean, I didn't practice exactly what I preached for a long time. But I mean, when COVID hit and I quit my job but was suddenly getting money from streaming, I put that shit into fucking high gear, and you figure I dragged like basic bitch streamer money. I dragged that shit from what, 2020 all the way to like, I don't think it like started to get like critical until like what, last year, 2024, 2023. That's 3 or 4 years of like pretty paltry income spread across that much time because I budgeted as well as I humanly could. Again, I'm not gonna like set a number because that's not my business to like say the number that I get, but it wasn't much. I get by. I will leave it at that. But just always leave some money lying around in case some shit happens, because life loves to make some shit happen. Y'all should know, I have it happen a lot. Sometimes it feels disproportionate, but it be due. But that's my budgeting advice. Oh yeah, if you're on disability, you can't have savings.
Hey, Kurt,
that sucks.
there's a house that went up for sale that's very within my budget.
Wow.
My two biggest things are it's a little bit of a fixer-upper, not the worst, but I would be wanting to put some work into it. The other thing is I have no idea if what I'm wanting to be doing in the next while.
Yeah, okay. I read the rest of it. Yeah, see, that's the thing about buying. If you're gonna buy, you gotta be ready to stay there for several years. Unless you're the kind of person that can afford to, like, flip, and it's, like, not a big deal to you, you gotta stay there. Like it or not. If you're worried, you clearly are not the kind of person that could just, like, say fuck it and sell it out from under yourself and be totally fine. If you're buying, it means you're staying. Plain and simple. You gotta really ask yourself, is this somewhere I want to stay? Am I working a job that I want to keep for at minimum 5 years, half a decade, minimum? Are you willing to stay there for at least 5 years? If that seems like kind of an ask, don't buy at all. Don't buy. If you sit and you think about it and you come to the conclusion, you know what? I think I am all right with this job. I think this is the kind of place I want to live for a good number of years. All right, buying could be a consideration. If it's a bit of a fixer-upper, that really depends on what needs fixer-upping. If there's foundational cracks or problems, hard pass. Never touch a house that has foundation problems. That is going to cost you fucking way more than that place was worth in the first place. If there's any sort of structural issue, don't fucking touch it. Second place for don't touch that place is electrical issues. A lot cheaper to deal with than foundational, but that shit can add up fast. Because it might start out like, oh, this part of the house has some bad electricals, let's get that replaced. They go in there, oh, turns out the whole fucking house has the same issue. Suddenly you're replacing every wire in your house. There goes thousands of dollars. If the only issue with a place is cosmetic, like the drywall is like cracked or has holes or has bad paint, or the floor, or like the floor has like ugly or disgusting carpeting or tiling, or if you have a carpeted bathroom like a freak, or if like, you know, cosmetic things that would cost like a trip to Home Depot to fix. If that's the problem, take it. If it's a good deal, take it. Because one, if you're a first-time home buyer, there are a lot of like home loan type deals, like state-based home loan type deals that are like, you're a first-time home buyer. We will put up some money for essential repairs in your home that you won't have to pay back. It's definitely first-time homeowner things I would look into if that's the case. But even regardless, if it's cosmetic, you're not in a rush to fix those things. Structural shit, you gotta fix ASAP. Pipes, you gotta fix ASAP. Electricals, you gotta fix ASAP. Utilities, you gotta fix ASAP. But if your walls are ugly, if your floors are ugly, if your ceiling is ugly, fix it when you have the spare money. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, and if you are like ready to like really move forward with it, always, one, do a home inspection of your own. Ask to look at the place and then like really look at the place. And then two, get an actual inspector to go look at the place. And then after the inspector's there, you go look again. You want to fucking look that place over top to fucking bottom. Because every single problem you find before a purchase is a problem you don't have to deal with. Because depending on the severity, they gotta fix that problem before they can sell. If you go through a place and you look underneath of like a shelf, like a cabinet or a sink or a tub or something, and you go, hey, there's like mold and shit up in here. They have to go, ah, fuck. All right, we'll get rid of that mold. And that doesn't come out of your wallet. You go through and you're like, oh, hey, the wall is like cracked right through here. And they go, oh, shit. Okay, we'll take care of that. Not your problem. Hey, these electrical wires are like fucking cut or like wrong or a hazard. And they go, oh, fuck. We got to take care of that. These pipes are wrong. Oh, fuck. Always inspect that shit before you buy it. Because as soon as you buy it and you find a problem, they go, ha, not our problem. You deal with it. So that's another home buying. I got a lot of experience, like secondhand experience with this kind of shit. I'm very wise for my age, I think. Okay, when it comes to like loans and like payments and mortgages and all that kind of shit, I know fuck all. You gotta talk to somebody who knows about that shit. You gotta talk to a real estate agent. But in terms of like all the other shit, yeah, you wanna really evaluate these things because it is a fucking investment. And whatever the cap for your budget is, I would still aim to like not get anywhere near that cap. Because those prices are gonna pile up past it regardless of what you do. Be very, very conservative on what you spend. Oh, all right. It's like 30 seconds short of top of the hour, but I think it's about time that I wrap up here because my voice is about to fucking stop. This has been a very good stream. I have really enjoyed it tonight. I'll probably do another one of these, not anytime soon. I'm gonna let some time pass. But I really enjoyed sitting here and talking like this. Like it says on the rules right there, you know, I'm not a professional. I'm not a licensed therapist. I don't have any sort of credentials. Thank you for the sub.
Hey, Doc, is it okay to kiss boys asking for a friend?
Fucking no. Anyway, anything I said, take it with a grain of salt. Always talk to a professional about whatever it is that we discussed. Don't rely entirely on me. Just use me as like, if you liked what I said and you think it would help, you can think about it, you can explore it, but always talk to a professional if it relies on a professional. But yeah, thanks for being here. I hope it made your night. Hope it kept your mind off of things. Hope it gave you some things to look forward to or think about or anything like that. Yeah. Not sure when my next stream will be. We'll see. Definitely not tomorrow. My voice is shot. But it'll be something usual, something normal, something fun, fucking around. Next week though, when Skate actually releases, you damn well know I'm gonna be on that shit with my friends. We are going to fucking skate, my friend. I can't wait. But otherwise, yep. I'll see you whenever we see you. I'm gonna get the credits up and we can mumble a little bit longer and then we'll do a raid. So don't fucking move. I swear to God, don't you fucking move. Let me load up the end. All right. Yeah, you can hit us with that. Let me get the credits here. Hold on. I also got to close these other things here. Close this. Close this. Here's my credits. Where are they? Oh my God, I can't find my credits. Where the fuck? Oh, there we go. Did the stream just end?
No, hype train.
Oh, hype train incoming. You gonna hit me with the bye-bye hype train? I wonder if the credits update in real time. You're raiding Robbie Dude, by the way. Oh, Coliseum, a game that costs $1 million. I'm glad I never sold my copy. All right, I'll see you guys next time. If you got subs, you can save them for then. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Have a good night.